Hey guys, something a little bit different today. I've compiled all the best malicious compliance stories back from when Jake was narrating the stories on this channel. If you like this compilation style of video, let me know. I might release more with some of the best stories over the years. Got told to freak off by my assignment group, and that's just what I did. I do a computer science degree at university. We had a group work project which is set out in 2 stages. Part A involved making an application and writing a report about it, 50-50 split. Part B, we got feedback from Part A and had to improve upon it. In total, it was 100% of a module. It is also important to note that there was a group contribution report, GCR, where each student puts in how much they think each student has done. I was in a randomly selected group with 4 others. We each picked a part of the work that we wanted to do. I was apparently the group's most confident coder, so I assigned myself about half of the code, and finish up my work in about the first 3 weeks and work on other projects I have for other modules. Then soon after I finished my work, the others asked me if I can do their parts of the code too. I initially protest as I have my other coursework due, but eventually I say fine, but so long as it is noted in the GCR. They all agree. I sweat it out over the next 3 weeks or so alongside my other coursework. I contacted my module organizer explaining that I had done half the work, and they suggested if people weren't pulling their weight to leave the group, taking my code with me and do the report. That would mean I would need to work flat out to produce the report and probably would mess it up. I didn't want that. The deadline was in about a week, and honestly, I can't be asked. Then I got asked to do some report too because they didn't understand how the code worked. By this point, I felt pretty used by them. Didn't really mind so long as I got the marks. All in all, I worked out that I had done the workload of 3 people. There was talk amongst the others of all writing that we each contributed 20% of the workload to make us look better as a team. I flatly refused. They exploded calling me with every name under the sun, swearing at me, telling me to freak off. I sent off my GCR with 60 for me and 10 each for the rest, and thought that was that. My module organizer then emailed me asking if I had any proof of this, as they all put me at 0% and themselves at 25%. I'd worked my butt off on this project, putting in 150 plus hours on the code and another 50 plus on the diagrams and report, all while attending lectures 20 hours a week, over 7 weeks, which if you do the math, that averages at an extra 4 hours a day. On top of all my other assignments and commitments, etc. There was no way I was letting it slide. I emailed him back, linking him to the GitHub I used to share the code with the team. GitHub is a source control that shows who made the changes to the code, and showed him that all the commits version of the code were done by me, proving that I did all of it. And thankfully, we did the whole report on Google Drive so I could also see the history on that document, and sent him screenshots of all the alterations made by me, proving that I wrote around 20% of the report also. He added it all up and made a special exception for my group, saying he would give me most credit for the work. I think I ended up with a 65 and they all got 11 for the whole coursework part A. They would need 69% to even pass the module. So it turned out I messed up a bit on the code, only getting about 50% of the marks with like a massive issue in it. Dumb me. For anyone interested, I didn't make an MVC structure correctly, but my report sections were near perfect. Spelling mistakes, a common thing I do, and formatting, etc. There were a few glaring mistakes from the report that they had written, but other than that, not too bad. When they found out their marks, they started calling me up and emailing me and messaging me almost for about 3 hours. I was happily out of the time and didn't have my phone with me, so I didn't respond. My module organizer sent an email explaining that they had lied and he had proof about it, so they corrected the marks according. When I got back to my phone, I screenshot all the messages they had sent and recorded all the voicemails, including the ones they had sent previously, including multiple occasions where everyone in the group told me to freak off. And freak off I did. I sent all these voicemails and screenshots to my module organizer requesting that I leave my group, and understand that it is more work for me, but I'd rather not deal with that. He agreed and also escalated the messages to someone higher up. At this point, I quit the group and decided to work on part B by myself, taking all of my code with me, removing their access to all of it. I of course asked my module organizer first, and they said it was fine as it was my work, and if I was no longer in their group, the others couldn't submit it. I fixed the error in the code in about 2 weeks, then did the whole report from scratch almost and added a load about the fix, taking me about 7 weeks. I then get messages from the group to please come back, we really need you kind of stuff on the last few days of the assignment. They even offered to pay me. I screenshot it and sent it to the module organizer just to let him know what is happening and then just ignore them. I ended up submitting 2 weeks early for the deadline and got 100% on the whole section 2, which is basically unheard of at university, especially by yourself for group work. Later that day, I get an email from a plagiarism and collusion officer. Not someone you ever want to get an email from. Basically says I'm summoned to a hearing as an external body looked at by both my group, me, myself, and I, and my old group's coursework and thought it was very similar. I get the whole project that my group handed in and my own back as evidence so I can look and prepare my answer to their questions. I email my module organizer, ask if he supports me in this because basically they can punish all of you or one group, never nobody. He says yes, he supports me in this. Perfect. I prepare for this meeting by going through the hundreds of commits I have made while they had access to find the one that is the most similar to it. I find a perfect match. 0 differences, not even a single character, through the thousands of lines of code. So I turn up to this meeting, there is the VP of computing there, guy who could basically do whatever the heck he wants to us. My old group, when asked to present their answer as to why this happened, go on about how they did all of it by themselves, blah blah blah. You get the point. This goes on for about 10 minutes. Then I am asked to present my argument. I ask if I can share my screen. The VP says, yeah, okay, puzzled. So I share it. Show all the screenshots I took as some of the people in the meeting weren't aware that we knew each other, including them basically begging for me to come back, offering money to. And as if this wasn't enough to convince them, I then showed me downloading a fresh version of what they submitted and a fresh version of one of my commits on the GitHub and running it through a trusted comparison software. I narrated this to explain what I was doing, just to be clear. Took a while, but came up as I knew it would. 0 differences. Everyone was stunned. One of the group members uttered, "But," and I just laughed, and was quickly asked to hang up as I was no longer involved. Turned out they had cloned one of my commits and still had a copy on their laptop when I blocked their access. They had not been able to fix it at all, so they just submitted it and hoped for the best. One of my friends, who was friends with one from my old group, asked what grade they got, and they said that they failed the whole module, as they got a 0 for the second section, giving them just 5.5% overall for the module. You need 40 to pass, and would have to retake it over the summer, costing them and everyone in my old group their placement year jobs. After all, who wants someone who failed a module so badly and who was intellectually dishonest working for them? This meant that they all lost out on being paid around $20,000 each for the year's work, which goes a long way for a uni student, while I happily get mine. If you were in an OP situation, how much would they have to pay you for you to go back to them and do the work for them? Let me know in the comments down below. For me, I'm not sure what the figure would be, but I would definitely need to get paid up front first. Our next story is by Index, when shipping costs more than the item itself. In 2019, my wife and I welcomed our first child into the world, and as a baby shower gift, my father, who lives on the other side of the country, wanted to buy us a crib. Obviously, the easiest way to do this was to order from Amazon, so that is what he did. Total came out to something like $650 plus free shipping. Now, my wife and I were the ones to select which crib we wanted, and my father had no issue with the price. My dad orders it from his account, shipped it to my address. So the crib shows up, they drop it at the base of our driveway, and we have about 15 steps up to our front door. That box is heavy, probably handy of 500 pounds, and it's just me and my pregnant wife, so me. But we get it in and we spend a day building it and go on with our lives. But as ads do what ads do, my phone was bombarded with ads for cribs, including the one my father just bought us less than 2 weeks ago. And surprise, surprise, it's gone on sale for $430. So I contact Amazon, let them know what's going on and ask if they have a 30-day price guarantee. I figured there was no reason to tell my dad he could have saved $220 if he wasn't able to get the money back. Now, because it was over $200, they couldn't just do a refund, but said that we could return the crib and order a new one. Unfortunately, we've already built the crib and can't return it. So they told us, order a new one. When that crib comes in, return the old one, get the refund. I made sure to ask about return shipping, and they said that would be covered as the item has free shipping, and I saved the transcript of our conversation. So that's what we start to do. I contact my dad, he puts a new order in, and we wait for the box to arrive. Similar situation. Heavy box left at the edge of my driveway. But this time, the weather was pretty crappy and the box got ruined. I took photos of it sitting at the curb and then moved it inside. I let my dad know and he contacts Amazon and then gets an email providing the return address and instructions on how to return, including a blank "affix postage here" spot on the label. Back to talking to Amazon support and they're very sorry and look into it. Apparently, shipping on this crib is like $350. I'm sitting there with 2 cribs and proof that Amazon said they'll recover the return shipping. So like $1,050 in shipping. All for what amounts to a $430 crib. So they told us to keep it and refunded the original purchase of $650. My sister lived a few hours from me, and her husband were looking at starting to try for kids. So she got herself a crib as a baby shower gift from my dad too. Well, that was certainly a lot more wonkier than desired, but it did work out and hey, you got a free crib out of it. Also, that's kind of a handy trick. If they wouldn't do a price guarantee, just buy another one at that price and return the old one, which is basically the new one still packaged. This next story is by KMC2301. Want me to call the cops? Alrighty then. So a bit of backstory on yours truly. I've been working bar security, aka bouncer, at the same bar for about 3 years. If you ever want to know what it's like to be a bouncer, think daycare but at night, and instead of small children, it's adults who revert to children when intoxicated or even when not intoxicated. Anywho, this night is much like any other night. There's a popular local band playing, so we've got a decent crowd going. The team is keeping their eyes open for anyone passed out, being belligerent, drugs, the works. I'm standing by the door to the bar area of the building. The way this place works is it's basically cut in half, with one half being a pool hall and the other being a bar/entertainment area separated by a wall with a door on either end. I stand by this door a lot because I can easily keep track of both rooms at the same time without needing to really walk all around the place. So there's a gentleman sitting near the door where I'm at, and there's a couple sitting at the bar across the way. The female is well known for acting out when she's drunk. From what we can see on the cameras inside, she walks on over to the gentleman by the door and starts trying to flirt with him. This guy has come into the bar for years and never has he raised a hand to anyone for any reason. He's a professionally trained boxer, doesn't drink, and doesn't generally close out the bars. He rejects her advances and she becomes noticeably upset. She proceeds to run over to her man and tell him that this guy has disrespected her and called her names. The gentleman ushers her man over and kindly asks him to make this woman leave him alone. Before the conversation starts though, the husband grabs this guy by the collar and starts driving him towards the wall. Well, chaos ensues as they didn't realize that he came with his 20 friends. He throws a couple of jabs at the husband and the woman because she decided she wanted in this brawl. Welp. The dude punches her so hard, he literally folds her bottom row of teeth back into her mouth. This all happens in the span of about 10 seconds, so the security team jumps in and gets everyone separated. The husband and wife get taken outside, but we haven't called the cops because that's generally a last resort. So we're outside, this lady is bleeding from her mouth and the husband is visibly angry. She keeps asking me to call the cops, but I keep telling her that's a bad idea considering the husband put his hands on the guy first, but she's not having it. So I call the police. I can't describe how difficult it was to not laugh in this lady's face as she witnessed the cops put her husband in handcuffs and not the guy who punched her. She said something that I'll never forget, and I wish I had it on recording. "This is why we don't call the freaking cops." I very nonchalantly reminded her that it was her idea to call the police in the first place. Didn't see them again until about a year later. She had to get her whole bottom row of front teeth pretty much fixed, and still hasn't changed in the slightest. What a night. I think the moral of the story is, don't instigate a bar fight. And secondly, if you're not capable to be in a bar fight, don't insert yourself into the confrontation. Our next story is by uSmurf, dressed as a character from a book. For context, I'm in Australia and most schools here have uniforms. A friend of ours' daughter had an event at school where they were to come dressed as a character from a book instead of wearing a uniform today. She came out of her room, dressed in her normal out-school clothes, holding a homemade book and proudly stated, "I found a loophole. I've written a book about myself and I'm going as myself." For those times where you don't want to dress up in a costume to go to school, I definitely respect this. I just hope the administration at school did too. So quickly now, I just want to explain how to enter the giveaway. The way it works is I take every video that was uploaded in a given week, find one random comment that was relevant to the stories in that video, and I give them an Amazon gift card. It's that simple. So all you want to do to have the best chances to win is to leave a comment relevant to the video in some form on every video this week. That's all you have to do, and best of luck. And also, if you could like the videos too, that would help more than you could possibly imagine. And our final story of the day is by your fave gal pal. That time my parents made me read a manners book, and I complied by reading at the table. So when I was a kid, my parents made me read a manners book, which really annoyed me because I didn't want to and I was the only kid that had to. They told me I had to follow what the book said, even though they had never read it themselves. Well, at one point, the book suggested children should bring a book or other distraction to the table to keep them quiet during meals. Well, okay, you want me to read it? I'll read it when we're at the table. My parents tried to make me stop reading while we were eating, but I pointed out that they were the ones that told me to listen to what the book said, and the book told me to read at the table. And of course, I told my two younger siblings, who started bringing their Game Boys to the table. Okay, let me be honest, I think bringing the Game Boys to the table is a stretch because, let's be real, a Game Boy isn't a book. But overall, that's a pretty effective way of throwing it back in their face that, why do you have to read this manners book and obey it like it's some Bible or something? Revolution against our homeowners association. My wife and I moved into a 64 townhome community that was 10 years old at the time. The HOA board was comprised of 5 members that were original homeowners when the community started and had been the sole board members since the community started. Their sense of entitlement was bat crap crazy. They thrived on their quarterly walkthrough of the neighborhood as they would write up every single home for some kind of violation, regardless of how minor the offenses were. Everyone gets a violation letter. Our first letter, the first month living there, was that our garage door paint was starting to peel. It was a 2-centimeter scrape where the panels met. It needed to be repainted, the siding needed to be power washed, there was a patch of green moss behind a bush, and the sliding door on the deck was dirty. There was dirt on the bottom of the door from recent rain and it needed to be washed. We had 30 days to fix the issues or beginning accruing a fee of $25 a day until they are resolved. I asked around and everyone gets these ridiculously petty letters every quarter. No matter what you did to maintain your townhome, you were going to get a letter about something. As this was going on, none of the major items the neighborhood needed fixed were addressed. After a decade since the construction, the ground had settled unevenly and many homes had standing water issues where it wouldn't drain after a storm. The rainwater would sit for 5 to 7 days in people's lawns, and more importantly, there had been a legal fight with the town since the community was started about our road being dedicated, meaning the town was responsible for snow removal. Our HOA dues included paying for our own snow removal, which we shouldn't have to, and we were paying an attorney for 10 years to fight this with no resolution in sight. Fast forward 2 years and a few of us had enough and decided to band together to replace the board at the next annual meeting. The existing board got wind of this and hit us all with pages worth of issues with our properties, since if you have outstanding issues, you are not in good standing with the community, thus cannot run for a board position or even vote for those running. This petty move brought the community even closer, and we all spent the weekend before the meeting helping each other clean out their HOA honey-do lists. We took pictures, documented everything, then we had the US mail certified delivery of each packet with the completed list and photos to the HOA board, who lived 75 feet away. Come board night, oddly enough, the lawyer was there to give an update that no progress has been made with the township on dedicating our road. He stuck around as we moved to the elections for the next board. We brought our signed petitions to add our names to the ballot. The board says we're not eligible as we all have outstanding issues with our property. We call BS with our receipts from the post office that they received our completed lists with documentation. They reply that they haven't reviewed them yet. We tell them that's not our problem and we are in good standing. The lawyer overhearing this states we are eligible to be on the ballot if we can confirm the issues with our homes were resolved prior to the meeting. The HOA president glares at the lawyer, but the lawyer just shrugs, saying, "The rules are the rules." With the exception of the 5 existing board members voting for themselves and each other, we are voted in nearly unanimously to replace them. I lead the revolution because I was tired of the petty BS when there were real problems in the neighborhood. Sadly, the rest of the elected board members vote me as president. I have no idea what I'm doing. But we spent the next few sessions removing all the dumb violations from most of the neighbors. We went through the bylaws to really focus on what's important. What happens next? Ends up that a lawyer was a friend of the previous president and was in no hurry to resolve anything as he was enjoying our excessive bill. I notify him if it's not resolved in the next 6 months, we're finding new representation. He was actually good at his job when pressed to do it. He won the case, the town appealed and tried to drag it out. He fast-tracked the appeal as it had been going on for 10 years and we won the appeal too. The town dedicated our road, then the lawyer pressed that it should have been done years ago. It wasn't him slowing things down, but the town. He ends up getting us a settlement from the judge for back pay on us paying for snow removal that the town was responsible for. We ended up using that settlement to have French drains installed across much of the community to clear the standing water issues. With the money left over, we fixed a lot of the neighborhood issues that the HOA should have been doing the whole time. Fences and sidewalks in disrepair, replaced dead trees and shrubs, etc. It was great getting all that done without having to hit our capital reserve fund. I remained president until we moved a few years ago. Our family began to outgrow the townhome. Now we live in a new, larger development with a new HOA. I was asked to run for a position on it. I replied, "Not a freaking chance, but I will lead a coup d'etat if I need to." So if you guys have been listening to this channel for a while, then you might have heard that I absolutely despise HOAs. But I'm kind of curious, would you personally ever live in an HOA community? Or are you currently living in an HOA community? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by 1OS_NE1, Charity's Greed Causes Loss of Funds. Years ago, I was on the Charitable Funds Committee at my workplace. We collected money from the employees via monthly payroll deduction, and at the end of the year, we would split what we collected amongst 5 popular charities, with half the money going to a particular international charity that supports other charities. I will call this charity Unworthy Jerks for this story. Unworthy Jerks were known to have pretty high admin fees, which never sat right with me. They also demanded we cut them a check early each year, prorated to coincide with their fundraiser, rather than wait till the end of the year when we cut checks for the other charities. One year, a representative from Unworthy Jerks came to see our committee during their yearly fundraising blitz. We thought they would share inspirational stories about their organization's successes and perhaps thank us for the tens of thousands of dollars we collected for them each year. But oh no, that was not the purpose of this visit. They raked us over the coals, telling us we were not doing our part for a company of our size and insisted we revisit how we distribute our funds. They were rude and demanding, and I left that meeting absolutely pissed off. So I decided to suggest to our committee that we take their advice and revisit our process on fund distribution. We subsequently changed our process, and instead of distributing the collected money to 5 charities, we started allowing each employee to donate to any registered charity of their choice. It was a lot more work for our committee to administer, but it was worth it. Turns out, very few employees chose Unworthy Jerks for their charity. The majority chose other charities, resulting in Unworthy Jerks losing tens of thousands of dollars, which they never received from us again. Let's just say the next year when their rep came to see us, I was delighted to tell them that we took their advice and revisited our process, and now we were letting our employees choose exactly where their donations went. Sadly, just a small number chose Unworthy Jerks. It was hard not to smile when I told them this year's donation would be a few $100s, not the $30,000 they were so disappointed with last year. It's all for charity, right? Why would a charity go and rake somebody over the coals that's donating thousands of dollars to their cause? It's just greed, like OP said in the title of the story. Personally, I also tend to just be kind of hazy of charities that support other charities as their cause. I much prefer the system that they changed to, where employees can do their own personal research or support any cause that they feel personally passionate about. Our next story is by Ansela Johnla. Want me to wait until you're ready to let me in the yard? That's fine. I work for a company that assists with refits, resets, range reviews, and setting up of new stores in the UK. One of the chains we're contracted to is a major DIY chain. For the most part, we don't receive all of the extra training that the chain's own staff do, and we're generally there to provide an extra set of hands or two. This is fine by me. One of the bits of training that we don't receive, because it would have to be done in every individual store we visit, is the vehicle movement training, which would allow us to be in the stockyard or warehouse while there are forklifts in use. If a vehicle is active in the warehouse or the yard, the operator must make sure that a barrier/warning chain has been pulled across the respective door. In one store, I was told to take a cage full of cardboard waste out into the yard and bring back a cage full of stock from the same place. I made the trek across the store to the warehouse. The inner chain was down, and I could see that the outer chain was also. There was only one person in the warehouse. Forklift operator says, "I'm about to start yard movement." I say, "Perfect timing. This cage will need stacking, I think." "You can't go into the yard, I'm going out there." "I'll be as quick as possible. Drop this at the waste area and grab the stock cage on my way back in." "I'm going out there now, you'll have to wait." I was sent off with the expectation that the rest of the team would finish the cage we'd be working on in the time it took me to finish my errand. There was no backup plan for if I returned without the cage that was in the yard, the last one of the review. The only one left before we could all go home for the week. But I wasn't, and I'm still not vehicle movement trained. My name wasn't signed on the board next to the door as one of those permitted to mix it in the yard with the forklift. And therefore, I had to stand as the chain was hooked across the doorway and the forklift engine coughed to life. The door came down once the forklift was out of sensor range, so I could only assume that the driver was working hard. And half an hour later, when the team leader came looking to see why a simple stock cage retrieval was taking so long, he found me waiting still. Leaning on my manual pump truck, the fork still under the cardboard cage I'd been meant to leave in the yard, waiting for the forklift operator to come back inside and remove the chain from the door. He was vehicle movement trained, so he opened the door to see the forklift parked near the garden center entrance to the stockyard and the operator nowhere in sight. We didn't get out as early as we hoped because of the delay, and the store manager did not look impressed when the tale was relayed to him. Well, I sure hope the dude that was driving the forklift got a nice little talking to, because if they're going to act like that and cause OP to be hung up because they have to wait for whoever to finish their forklift job, and then just completely dip and not do what they're supposed to do and take the chain off the door and allow OP to proceed, I would think they deserve a stern talking to. So quickly now, I want to explain just how to enter the giveaway. All you need to do is leave a comment on this video relevant to something you saw or heard or liked in any story in that video. That's it, you're entered. But it applies to every single video we upload this week. So to get the best odds at winning the $30 Amazon gift card giveaway, you'll want to leave a comment relating to any of those videos all week long. On Sunday, after the last video has gone out, I'll pick one comment at random and let you know on the following Monday who has won, and then it starts all over again. So make sure you leave a relevant comment on this video and additionally every video I upload this week for the absolute best chance to win. And while you're at it, why don't you go ahead and give the videos a like too, because it helps more than you could imagine. And our final story of the day is by Typhaona, Jour Fixe, Jour Freak You. A jour fixe is French for fixed day and is a short recurrent meeting about the status quo. Team members report how far they are and what their next job is. A few years ago, I had a 9-to-5 salary job with overtime pay. I'm living in Europe, and in my country, this is the standard. The job was okay, and the colleagues in the working environment were nice. Even my boss was competent and nice. My office had a fluid attendance where we only had to be there during the core times, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., but could work whenever we wanted to, as long as we did our 38.5 hours a week. Me not being a morning person led to me regularly coming in shortly before 10 a.m., therefore I had to stay later. No problem, because during the core time, I could still talk about important things with the others, and in the evening, I just wrote emails. I always did my work and got no complaints. My boss, on the other hand, was a lark and was there at 7:45 sharp every day. One of my jobs was being an assistant to her for many little things, but it had clear limitations. So it was more like a general assistance to my small department. And even though she knew I would come in to be ready to work at 10 a.m., she called me several times a week at 9 a.m. on my way to work to talk about the plans for the day. Those calls would last between 15 to 25 minutes and were like a stand-up meeting. Only she was drinking her coffee and I was not really awake yet. No worries, I used public transports. She started with this only after I was several months in, and it got worse over time, until she called me every single day on my way to work while I actually wanted to read my books and slowly ease myself into a working mode. It got so bad that I always wore my headset so my arm wouldn't get tired while phoning. Over the months, I tried several times to raise her awareness that I did not actually like this and that it maybe could wait until I got there, but she never understood and just called the term just a jour fixe. Maybe I was too friendly about it, but I learned from experience with previous bosses that they are not happy about criticism. When I tried to leave a little earlier because of the extra time in the morning, she got wind of that and told me to work my full hours because those jour fixes were just phone calls. Then I tried to roll my cadaver out of bed earlier so the call at 9 a.m. would count as work time, but I was groggy all day and it hurt my productivity. And I swear to God, after a week, she called me even earlier again on my way to work. When I tried to send her to the mailbox, she called me several times as if it was an emergency just to talk about the plans of the day and mainly her agenda and some to-dos for me too, which I already knew about. I just gave up and it still wrecked my nerves. Until one day I had an actual important question that could not wait, but she was already gone for the day. I wrote an email, she did not answer for an hour, and then I once called her in her time off, because this thing really needed to be done on that day. It was quite short, but she ended the call with, "Just for the future, I don't like to be called during my time off, so please ask me while I'm still at work." Then, "Okay, thanks, bye." That was it. From that day on, I wrote up those calls as working time. We logged our times in Excel sheets I had to convert in the appropriate salary forms at the end of the month, so she did not see them. I had an hour a week overtime extra, so at least I got paid for that. Then at the end of the next month, I had several days on which I worked longer than the legally allowed maximum work hours per day. I filled out the forms at the end of the month, having several days in red, and sent them to HR. They knew this was a problem because the fines are quite hefty if the Bureau of Finances saw that. First, they asked me what those irregular times each morning were and told me to answer my emails in the office, so this would not happen again. When I told them what those weird times were and what I tried, they became very polite and ended the call pretty soon. During the call on the next morning, she even mentioned her meeting with HR, but she guessed it was just about some new laws. She came back from the meeting red in the face. HR seemed to have ripped her a new one. She sheepishly asked me if those calls were really such a hassle for me, and finally, she listened when I told her that I am quite groggy in the morning and that an email would suffice because I generally know my to-dos. If she wanted a drawer fix, I would happily do so while being at work and having coffee too. To end this on a happy note, we got along nicely after that, and I could talk a little bit more open with her. She still liked her drawer fixes, but we did them at 10 a.m. when I had arrived at work and was actually awake. I'm glad that in this case, HR was able to step in and save this job because, besides what OP was experiencing, this job was set up to be a really good job. The hours were flexible, the job didn't seem to be too difficult or frustrating. It had all the makings of a really nice setup, so I'm glad HR was able to rescue OP here when OP's boss wouldn't get the memo. I have to meet with the area manager to explain why I missed the target? Sure thing! To set the scene, I used to work for a phone network in the UK in the late 90s as a shop salesman. The company had a problem with declining sales as they thought themselves better than others and people would pay the privilege of being with them. Well, the public didn't, and it showed. Of course, head office couldn't comprehend this, and along with a string of draconian measures, they insisted that if you missed any one of your 21 key targets each month, you had to travel to wherever your area manager was and explain in person why you failed and how you will correct this for next month. And if you didn't, they started disciplinary proceedings. I and a lot of other staff realized the colossal mistake they made in wording. First off, we could choose when to travel to them, and the company had to, by law, pay for it. They even said they would pay for travel and other expenses in the announcement and linked to the government website stating it. Cue the maliciousness. I had actually taken a new role in a different industry and was on my 3-month notice. And this new policy came into effect in the first of the 3 months. And I missed one of my targets for amount of accessories sold by 2%. So I got the summons to see the area manager. I had been informed that there was a meeting of area managers to be held in Inverness, the far north of Scotland, in 2 weeks, so I scheduled my meeting with him accordingly. Now I lived and worked near the other end of the country, in England, so I used the company system to book my travel, and due to the journey times, 9 hours to get there, I had to book a hotel for 2 nights. I also opted to pay the optional £50 to upgrade all my bookings. First-class rail ticket and a 4-star hotel instead of a welcome break or other budget option. So on the Monday I traveled up, stayed overnight. Tuesday afternoon held my 15-minute meeting which went like this. Area manager says, "So why are you here?" I say I missed my target for sales of accessories by 2%. "How do you plan to correct this so we don't have to start a formal disciplinary?" I don't. "I beg your pardon?" I have no intention of making a huge effort to sell £4 more stuff. I officially leave the company in 3 weeks' time. Area manager turning red with anger. "What the heck are you doing here then? Why have you even bothered?" Well, you see, I need a good reference, so I'm following all the rules. I'll end it here, but you get the image. I also showed him how much they paid to send me up there. Train tickets, first class both way, close to £800, and the hotel was around $400 for 2 nights. Remember, I used the optional upgrade system and paid £50 in total for the upgrades on the system. So they spent close to £1,150 to send me most of the way up the country to tell the manager I was leaving. Oh, and they also paid me for 3 full days' work to attend this meeting. Again, as they said it was on company time, so we got paid. Due to the location, I would need to travel up Monday, attend the meeting on Tuesday afternoon, his only free slot, and then get the train Wednesday back home. I also know from speaking to other friends I worked with that they also did similar tricks, and it basically cost them tens of thousands of pounds to send staff here, there, and everywhere to these meetings. It also caused a huge turnover in staff who had just had enough with all the garbage. I heard around 3 months after I left, they stopped doing this as the cost was astronomical. Plus, the amount of staff downtime was also astronomical. The company has slowly learned their lesson, mainly through replacing most of the top brass with people who have a clear idea of what they are doing. But yeah, that was the best trip I ever had to Scotland. Could you imagine any company spending $1,150 to explain why you didn't sell 4? If you could have a meeting with your area manager anywhere in the world, where would you want to go? Let me know in the comments down below. I would definitely want to go somewhere scenic. Our next story is by Snoo Donuts 2339. Take away our trampoline, here's every single safety violation I've found. So we live in a communal block of flats by the council. We're lucky to be surrounded by a fair chunk of grass and enclosed off from any roads. At the semi-beginning of lockdown, we bought a second-hand trampoline off of Facebook as our kid has some health issues that I won't go into, and we were worried about his progress. So he has it for about a month before we get slapped with a notice from the council saying we have 2 weeks to remove it for safety violations. So I bring up the council lady and say about his condition and how this is great for his mental health, etc. She doesn't care in the slightest, keeps giving the robot response of, "We can't have it as it's a safety hazard," etc., etc. We didn't know when we got it that we weren't allowed it, but we hid it in such a way between big bushes and trees that you wouldn't know it was there unless you went looking for it. So this lady says it was reported by a neighbor and that's why they know about it. There was no way of getting around it, we had to get rid of it. So I sent her a very long list of safety hazards that I'd found, from other people's garden furniture to loose bricks and paths, loose handrails, no fire safety, trees falling down in storms, and owners with aggressive dogs, etc. Must have been 50 odd hazards. She had to reply to every single one. Also, I managed to sell the trampoline for more than I paid for it. Downside, they stole one of the bins. Yeah, it's definitely disappointing to get something that's really meant for helping your child with developmental stuff and mental health issues, just to be told that, oh, well, you can't have this and I don't actually give a crap at all about your son's condition. It's definitely a little bit satisfying to know that in revenge, the lady had to email or file or do some kind of work for 50 odd various hazards that are legitimate hazards as according to the rules. Our next story is by Dizzy Improvement 32. Work the overnight before holiday starts? Sure thing. Disclaimer, not my story but a coworker's. We worked at a fast food chain together that stayed open 24 hours. If you were unlucky enough to get an overnight, you start at 11 p.m. and finish at 8 a.m. If you are unlucky enough to get the overnights, you're almost guaranteed to be unlucky enough to work one day before your holiday, meaning you technically work 8 hours on your first day of holiday. My friend had requested their holiday in advance and stated on the request that they had a plane flight that very day so they could not do an overnight shift the night before. The scheduling manager didn't care, so they scheduled them on an overnight anyway. Friend was angry, asked them again to change it, and they refused. Friend then clarified their holiday began on that day, to which the manager said yes. Friend then showed up for his overnight, completed 1 hour, and clocked off at exactly midnight. When asked why they were walking off their shift, he informed the manager that today was officially his holiday, so he didn't have to work, left the store, and went on vacation as planned. Surprisingly, they didn't argue with him on it, though they weren't pleased. They tried to look at issuing a warning, but had to settle with a stern, "Please tell us next time and we'll sort out the problem," when he got back. I am pleased to say that they are a little more cautious about giving people an overnight before their holiday time, though. I love how they go and say, "Please tell us next time and we'll sort out the problem," as if OP's coworker didn't do just that. They said that the friend was angry and asked them again to change it, and they refused. What more can the friend do? If I didn't care enough about the job, I'd probably do the same thing too. This next story is by Vlokin and Ventilaren. I have to wrap my textbooks? Alright, I'll do what you say. Since you guys like my last post about my school antics, have another one. I came from a pretty crap home situation. My parents were abusive. As a result, I acted out a lot. Often because I just felt like crap, but also a lot because I wasn't able to communicate clearly that I didn't have the same resources as most kids, and acting out was easier than telling adults what was happening at home. When I turned 14, my parents placed me in boarding school where I spent 1 year before getting placed in state care, just to point out how crap home really was. Boarding school meant a new, school. So I started my year and got my textbooks. In Belgium, the general rule is that you need to cover your textbooks with wrapping paper, as you are just loaning them for the year. I was a clumsy kid and I had no idea how to do this. Taking all my books home would mean towing about 25 kilograms of books on the train and bus, and even if I was able to do that, my mom would refuse to do it as our relationship had worsened to a point where just seeing each other on the weekends means abuse. Even if I wanted to try it myself, I didn't have the money for the wrapping paper. I, being a terribly shy and sad/tired kid, had no idea how to address this, so I did what every kid would do. I just ignored it and carried my textbooks around bare. Problem solved. Now, at the same time, I was putting on a tough guy act at school, mainly because puberty makes you act dumb when feeling bad. I started skipping school a lot, mainly every day at noon when the bars opened up. Morning at school, I'd spend sleeping and or reading a free newspaper and books. I have no interest in learning most days. I would try to look like I was paying attention in class, as getting a note from the teacher in my journal would result in a light scolding at the boarding school, but would mean serious trouble at home on the weekends. Fun fact, I stole a second journal from a supply closet some weeks later and used that to show at home, and started forging my parents' signature in my actual journal. That saved me a lot of trouble. Some days though, I just couldn't be bothered and would just read a free newspaper instead of following class. This would result in trouble, of course. One said teacher, who I didn't get along with at all, was handing it to me for reading the paper, but also noticed that my textbooks were bare. He decided that that was worth a note in my journal and kept adding notes throughout the week for either reading the paper, but specifically for having bare textbooks. Now, I could stop reading the paper, but I didn't know what to do with the textbooks. For him, it was just a note, but I knew that every note he kept adding would spell certain disaster at home. Since he gave one of my main subjects, I couldn't avoid him. Being the awkward kid that I was, I didn't do anything for 2 weeks. Again, I didn't know where to turn and couldn't explain to anyone what was going on. A decade later, I still feel horrible about how a stupid book that wouldn't even come close to my parents could have such repercussions during the weekends. I was also really mad at said teacher for doing all this to me, even though he couldn't know what he'd unleashed by a stupid teacher's note. So I really wanted to show him up. Anyway, after those 2 terrible weekends, I had to do something, but I had no idea what. Contemplating life and textbooks at boarding school, I noticed I had a small stack of the free newspapers I would read in class. Cue lightbulb moment. School rulebook said nothing about what material you had to use to cover the textbooks, so I got crafting, something I still hate with a passion. The end result were some textbooks covered with newspaper in the most horrible fashion. Wonky corners, miles of tape, tears, the whole lot. It looked horrible, and I was so happy with it. Anyway, next lesson from said teacher, he saw what I had done. Asked what that was. I told him I covered my textbooks like he said I should do. He told me I couldn't do it with newspaper. I said nothing in the school rules prevented me from doing this. Told him to look it up. That got me a teacher's note, as well as the fact that I made it a point not to pay attention in class but read the bloody articles on my book covers. At that point, I just wanted to rub it in and didn't care that it got me in extra trouble, but I did reach my end goal, being that the teacher stopped caring about my textbooks, even though the newspaper started to wear and tear even more in the weeks that followed. It didn't put a stop to my home situation. In general, that whole year was horrible, and I'm glad to be better off now. But a small act of malicious compliance meant I could show it to the adults and feel like I had won at least one battle in the war. And that meant a whole lot at the time. Trouble also brings opportunity, and I'm lucky enough to think that said period in my life also taught me a lot of things that benefit me in life right now, like critical thinking, self-reliance, and showing it to the man without getting in huge trouble by making use of flawed systems and loopholes. I'm lucky enough to be working with special needs adults right now as a social worker. Nothing excites me more than finding such loopholes and getting my residents stuff like wheelchairs or certain benefits at times they shouldn't be eligible. I'm 32 now, but I still feel like that 14-year-old that likes to stick it to the system. Hope it never changes. It's a sad story, but it's also a beautiful one in the sense that it really was a look into how OP was able to capture that very, very important sense of self-worth and kind of a self-awakening of sorts. I'm really glad that in the end, OP was able to go on and do stuff that makes them feel very fulfilled and also allows them to do things that, as a 14-year-old, made them feel extremely fulfilled and proud of themselves. And our final story of the day is by Vlad666. No one's allowed in the office without a manager being present. Okay. Prior to my retirement, I'm working a retail job with a quasi-state agency that controls retail stores in my state. In our old store, we had a buzzer at each register that rang in the warehouse in case we needed help, or a customer needed a case of something. Then the powers that be decided to move us to a new, bigger store. Of course, this being a state operation, while the store is much bigger, the staff is exactly the same. We now have 4 times the warehouse, 4 times the retail space, and the same number of people and hours. Everything is always, you need to do more with less. I got sick of this and I'm a vindictive SOB by nature. I've been called the Iceman because I can ignore anything. So if I was on register, I stayed at the register until I was told to do something else. The managers were not happy. Then they started playing a game. One of the 2 managers on the shift would go back into the warehouse to check things, aka vape. Vaping is not allowed in the stores. In short order, the other manager would join the first, and then the other 2 clerks would head to the warehouse, leaving me alone in the store. Now, at this new store, the powers that be had the buzzer to call the warehouse placed in the office instead of at the registers. Managers put out a memo stating that employees are not allowed in the office without a manager present. So, clue in malicious compliance. I keep ringing up customers and other customers come to me asking for products that are in the locked display cases. I inform them that they need to stick their heads in the door at the rear of the store and call for a manager. A manager comes out, talks to the customer, and goes to the office to look for the keys. Then has to go back to the warehouse to get the keys off the other manager. Customers are not happy, and I proceed to tell the customers complain to the state complaint office. The managers go ballistic demanding to know why I didn't ring the buzzer, and I simply point out that their memo says I'm not allowed in the office without a manager present. Bottom line, there wasn't a thing they could do about it. Yeah, if they're going to be bad managers and make some really dumb rules and whatnot, I think it's pretty understandable if the employees do some kinda dummy stuff to just kind of blatantly expose how bad the managers are being overall. I'd be really interested to hear if that state complaint office OP talked about ever paid a visit or an investigation. Don't turn anyone away for $100 bills. At my work, corporate doesn't want us to lose any amount of business for any reason, so we're required to take large bills. Even if they're buying like a $2 newspaper, I still have to break the 100 they present to me. When I first clock in the morning, my register only has $100 exactly. Lately, especially on Sundays, my very first transaction of the day involves a $100 bill because they know they can break it at our location. I could go get my boss and have them give me 20 so I can break the bill easier, but that's not fun. Keep in mind, I don't start my shift with 20s in my drawer. So I make the customer watch me pull out my 10s, then 5s, then 1s, then I start on the quarters. They can't say anything because I'm breaking their bill, and they can see that I don't have anything else in my drawer. They can only bite their tongues and glance at the growing line nervously. People stare, the customer sweats, the line grows. I hand over the pile of coins and $1 bills. Without fail, every time, they step to the side to count to make sure I was accurate. The next customer steps up. I cheerfully say, "Sorry, it'll be a few minutes before I can do any transactions. My drawer is out of money." The customer that wiped out my drawer looks ashamed. I walk into the back room with the 100 and my supervisor stares at me. "You did it again, didn't you?" She opens her desk drawer and starts counting 10s and 5s to exchange for my 100. It's too much to watch them squirm, I admit. You bring me 100s and I give public humiliation in return. She laughs and puts her head down on the desk. Please keep doing this, it's way too funny. I gather the money she's giving me and give her a thumbs up. She takes the 100, I head back up to the counter. The customer is still counting their ones and the line is much longer now. Sorry about the wait, I say, putting away my money. I ran out of cash in my drawer. I watch the customer blush and squirm. I am fulfilled. Be honest, guys, if you went up to a cashier and asked if they could break your 100, they said they could, and then they start breaking out the 5s and 1s and quarters, would you just ask for your 100 back? Cause I think I probably would. Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by The Pettiest. Smelly, creepy boss gets what's coming. This was about 5 years ago when I, 21 at the time, was working at a major bank in a position that had me making calls and verifying credit card activity. We were expected to make 8 calls per hour, assuming most calls will probably go to voicemail. It was mindless and I was almost always stoned, but still ended up being a high performer and making easily 11 to 12 calls per hour. My boss, let's call him Cole, loved me. He started having me train newcomers and brought me to lunch with some up-and-coming managers. This was a big deal to my career, so when he started flirting with me, I mostly brushed it off and went on with my day, creating new materials, helping colleagues with random questions, and still making a huge amount of calls. Cole and I were both being recognized for the team's efforts. Then, he brought me to his office, which stinks. It's not a smell I've ever smelled before and haven't since, but needless to say, it's a smelly smell that smells smelly. Like an old pair of wet socks that were wrung out onto the carpet? On this particular stinky day, Cole asks me to close the door behind him and gives me the smile that still gives me chills. He starts to unbutton his shirt saying it's hot in there. Oh, isn't it hot? You should get undressed too. I stormed out. Heck no was I dealing with that. I went through a bit of a depression and immediately looked for other jobs, contributing less and less every day until I wasn't speaking to any colleagues, except the dope ones who knew what was happening. Here's where malicious compliance comes in. Every hour I would spend 20 to 40 minutes making 8 calls and then turning off my computer and started playing crosswords or drawing pictures or using my phone in the bathroom until the hour was up. Cole noticed very quickly that I was doing the absolute bare minimum and called me into a meeting. I willed myself to go without calling HR and he was threatening to write me up for my bad moods and not working hard enough. I looked him dead in the eyes and asked if he thought it was hot in here. And he immediately starts bursting into excuses. Oh, you're misinterpreting things and the like. I told him I wasn't misinterpreting anything and he snaps back that I am losing out on an excellent opportunity. I pull out my phone and stop recording, thank him for his time, see the red fall out of his face, and then continue on what I'm doing for the next month while I found a new job in the company. From what I know, he quit shortly thereafter and doesn't have a Facebook or LinkedIn to show where he is currently. I have no plans to release the recording, but still have it just in case. Yeah, no, that boss should have been reported. It's understandable that OP probably wouldn't have wanted to make a spectacle out of it, and my most sincere condolences to them that they even had to experience something like that, but that kind of stuff really should not stay under wraps whatsoever. And it's probably easy to assume why he quit shortly thereafter because it probably wasn't just OP and there was more going on. Our next story is by SimWiz. You won't give me a form to save everyone's time? Fine, I'll waste more of yours. Post offices in Canada are maddening places to visit, a kind of time warp bubble where even the simplest of actions like sending a letter can take 3 to 4 more steps than necessary. The people working in them seem pleasant enough, but God help you if you want to just drop in and quickly send a package. My malicious compliance takes place in one such small town post office where 2 employees work, post office guy and post office lady. I have a small business and my customers will sometimes request priority 2-day express shipping to the USA. This is a very expensive service that has 2 large customs forms that take about 10 minutes to fill out. You have to press hard with your pen so it goes through all 6 carbon copies. In the past, I've requested these forms to take home where I can fill them out ahead of time, so when I get to the counter, my parcel is ready to go and can be processed quickly. Nice and efficient. However, after my last shipment, post office guy refused to give me new forms to take home. When I asked him why, I was told, "It's our policy not to give out forms ahead of time." I replied that I've received them before and it saves everyone a lot of time. To which he replied, "Next time you're in, talk to post office lady, it's her policy." I was then told to leave the line, go fill out my forms, and come through the line again. The next time I shipped a 2-day express parcel, I went through the line, and this time I was greeted by post office lady, and she began to enter my package. She measures it all up, weighs it, and enters it all into her computer. Then she asks me how I want to send it, to which I replied, "2-day priority, please." She proceeded to sigh, turn around, retrieve my customs forms, hand them to me, and tells me to go to the side counter and fill these out and come back. Afterwards, I asked her if I could please get extra copies of the form, to which she replied that they can't give those forms out ahead of time. When I asked why, she just glared at me and said, "It's our policy." My small and petty act of malicious compliance is that from now on, every time I have a priority 2-day parcel, I intentionally and patiently wait for her to measure it, weigh it, enter it into her system, and ask me how I would like to ship the package before putting on my biggest poop-eating grin and declaring, "Priority 2-day, please." She rolls her eyes, gets me the forms, sends me to my paperwork corner, and then has to delete all the data she just entered into her computer before she can help the next customer. Today was especially delicious. I had 2 packages, one to be sent via regular mail, the second via 2-day priority. I of course put down the regular mail package first, let her enter it all into her system, she even printed the label, then let her go through entering the second package, only to gleefully declare, "2-day priority please," and watch her have to undo all the work she just did and get me my forms. It's petty, it wastes everyone's time, but somehow it makes visiting the post office just a little bit more enjoyable. And apparently OP said that they do have online forms for every other shipping method except priority 2-day shipping. All in all, post office lady is just continually making it hard on her and making every experience of 2-day priority please just a massive sigh letdown. Maybe as time goes on and OP keeps doing this to them, they'll reconsider. But for now, 2-day priority please. Our next story is by Am I Outside? The dishes used during dinner smelled like butt because my dad told me to just rinse them. My parents always used the police as the boogeyman as a child. Whenever I heard sirens, my parents would say, "They're coming to get you," regardless if it was an ambulance or police. I was a child, didn't know the difference between the sound. One day I heard sirens, so I shouted police while my parents were driving. They yelled at me and called me a liar. I got my butt beat when I got home for lying. It wasn't the police, it was an ambulance. As a kid, I thought they were one and the same. Flash forward a couple of days later, my father asks me to rinse the dishes. I figured this was an odd request, but I just got my butt beat, so I was going to comply. My parents had this terrible time of leaving all the dishes in the sink, and they would stay there for a couple of days. I did exactly as he asked me to and rinsed the dishes. No soap, no scrubbing, just rinsing. So my parents are starting to serve dinner and they noticed that the dishes just smelled a little off and they were starting to wonder why there were little flakes on the dishes. I was the only person that had a different plate on the table because I wanted my plate actually clean. After my parents and my sisters started eating, I told my dad that it was such a strange request that he wanted me to only rinse the dishes. I wish I could do that from now on because it saves me time from washing them. Everyone just drops their food in disgust. My mom looks over to my dad and asks him, "Why the freak did you tell him to only rinse the dishes?" My dad said that he meant wash. I called him a liar. Subsequently, I got my butt beat again. It was worth it. What I'm not understanding here is why, as a kid, when you yelled police and it wasn't the police, it was an ambulance, they beat your butt for it. What? You got your butt beat for lying when you mistook an ambulance for a police car? I'm not really liking the sounds of this experience, to be honest. And then also getting your butt beat at the end of the story because you took your father at his own word when you were a kid and weren't smart enough to know the extra meaning behind rinse the dishes. Just disappointing. And our final story of the day is by For Real This Time 99. Package Stacking Malicious Compliance. A few years ago, I worked in the warehouse at a delivery company. My job was to stack the boxes in the back of the semi-trucks so that they could be transported to the next facility. Me and another poor sap would stand in the back of a hot truck while packages came down a chute into the truck. There were small packages, light packages, and heavy packages. We had to grab the boxes as soon as they came down the chute, scan their barcodes, and stack them fast as possible and as high as possible. The ideal stack should be about a foot from the ceiling of the truck. This was a bit of a problem for me because I am kind of short. Once the stack got so high, I could give the smaller packages a little bit of a toss to get them on top of the stack, but when the bigger ones came down the chute, I had to start a new stack. The solution for this problem was something called a load stand. It's basically a big yellow plastic staircase for shorties like me. This helped me stack higher, but it slowed me down greatly, since I had to leave my truck to get the load stand, put it in place, stack the last few packages, and then move it out of the way so I could start a new stack. This could easily double the amount of time it took me to stack packages. At the beginning of each shift, we would get in a huddle and our manager would tell us how bad of a job we did the night before. He would tell us that we didn't stack the boxes fast enough and we didn't stack them high enough, and that we didn't do a good enough job of scanning them. He had all this written on a whiteboard so we could see exactly how bad of a job we did the previous night. He would then tell us that there would be way more packages today and that we needed to do a better job than we did yesterday. So I'm stacking as high and as fast as I can, but this particular day was extra busy. The packages were coming down the chute so fast that they would fall out onto the floor of the truck. They would fall all around our feet and legs so that we had to stack incredibly fast in order to be able to move. Of course, this made it more difficult for me to stack high. I tried. The smaller, lighter packages could get tossed to the top, but then a bunch of heavy ones would come and I'd have to start a new stack. It was summer in the back of a semi-truck and I was completely covered in sweat. My shirt was soaked and my eyes were stinging from my sweat. I was up to my knees in packages and they kept coming down the chute. My manager popped his head in my truck and yelled, "Hey, use the load stand." "If you insist." I stopped stacking and walked out of my truck to get the load stand. I had to walk over packages, crunching them beneath my feet. Then I had to climb over the conveyor belt full of packages, denting some of those as well. I got the load stand and walked over more packages back to my spot. I set the load stand down on top of the ever-growing package pile. I climbed the load stand and I could feel the boxes flatten from my weight. And I grabbed some of the packages that weren't smashed yet and managed to stack them to the very tippy top. Okay, take a break, get a drink of water," he said. While I was getting a drink of water, the manager came up to me and patted me on the back, getting sweat all over his hand, and said what I did was dangerous and I needed to be more careful. I was just doing what you told me to. He didn't yell at me about the load stand again. I definitely don't envy the people doing this job because that sounds insane and very active. More than I could do, that's for darn sure. I'd just sit here and read stories. I would be dead after one shift of attempting to do this job. So my kudos to OP and everybody else that still does this crazy job. You said any character. Many moons ago, I was part of a malicious compliance. So here it goes. Background. The summer before I entered high school, the Ministry of Education decided to change the standardized testing they used for entry to universities. It happened in the past and usually it took a year to implement changes. But this plan was really complicated and needed 2 years to implement. Laymen like you and me can't comprehend. It's called throwing everything at the wall and see what sticks. Guess which class got to be the lab rats? Yep, mine. We started school with only a vague idea of what the changes will be until mid-October. Then we learned that the first changes will be implemented on the midterms. The midterms used to be 2 weeks and provided 40% of the final grade. But the new plan was a full month and counts for only 20% towards the final grade. Also, a major player for the malicious compliance was our literature teacher. Let's call her Karen. Now, I have to admit, she was good at her subject. The problems in her teaching came from prejudice and preconceptions. In a 25-people class, she used to work with 4 or 5 of them. To be specific, kids from upper-class families or the best part of town. The rest of us were just background for her. A few of the parents had complained, but due to the reasons we learned later, she was always engaging during inspections and kept her job. The malicious compliance. Midterms time. It's the one of the new tests. It's creative writing. Now, as I said, this was one of the new tests. The ministry had set general instructions for the tests, but left the specifics to each school. So, for this one, Karen set the specifics. The general instructions for this one asked from the teacher to pick a book from the syllabus and the pupil to write at least 800 words from the point of view of one of the characters. Karen had a hard-on for epics, so she chose the Iliad, expecting everyone to pick a hero. Everybody did, except 3 of us, JK, Indy, and myself. I don't know if we wanted to rebel against the system or against Karen, but the 3 of us didn't follow the norm. Now, JK was a really good student, but had the usual trouble in Karen's class. She chose Andromache, the wife of Hector. She described the last day of Hector from Andromache's point of view. My friend Indy is a mythology buff. He became an archaeologist, that's why Indy, and absolutely hated Karen's teachings of the material. He picked Zeus. He basically wrote Zeus's point of view, noticing every female named in the Iliad and his horniness. Me, I chose Cassandra. She had the gift of prophecy, but the curse of never being believed. I went the whole point of view being, we're all doomed, and never believed. The results come out and we are the only failed 8, 7, and 7 out of 20 because we, according to Karen, completely missed the point of the test. But the aftermath. Unbeknownst to everybody, except the principal, the ministry had sent instructors to grade the tests independently of the teachers. They published their grades and 3 particular tests had huge grade discrepancies. So, one misty morning, the 3 of us are called to the meeting room. Inside is our principal, a clearly fuming Karen, and 3 people we don't know. They introduce themselves as part of the Ministry of Education. They want us to explain why did we choose those characters. We all said, it said any character, so we chose ones we liked. Every time we said that, they glanced at Karen. They thanked us and told us that their grade will go towards our final grade. Karen had inspectors dropping on her unexpectedly. As I said in the beginning, she had passed the local ones because of something she did. She was having an affair with the assistant director of the local education department, and he always notified her before the inspection. Now they came directly from the ministry, and she was always unprepared. She was allowed to finish the year and then was dismissed. The ministry took 1.5 years to figure out the system. We were the first class to officially take the new standardized test. Creative writing was part of the literature exam. JK became a journalist and a writer. Indy became an archaeologist. As for me, I'm in here. I'm kind of curious, did any of you guys ever have teachers that were kind of like this when going to school? Let me know in the comments down below. When I went to middle school, I had a teacher that had absolute anger issues, and there were some stories about some serious flare-ups and books being thrown, so let me know your stories. Our next story is by Chalk Cherry. Transaction fee for a purchase? What about a refund? A few years ago, I was at a pet shop picking out some toys for my cat, and the total ended up being around $40. I paid with my card because I don't carry cash on me, which was all fine and good until I had another browse of the store and decided I wanted to get some treats for my cat as well. I think they were around $5. I went to pay for them at the counter with my card and the owner/cashier refused to put my purchase through unless it was over $20. She said they get charged a transaction fee for card purchases, so they only allowed card purchases for amounts over $20. I asked if they could just add the surcharge on top of the amount, but she refused. I had to spend over $20 to use my card. I was pretty annoyed considering I had just bought a whole heap of stuff, so I asked if she got charged a transaction fee if I got a refund. Turns out they do. So I asked to return the other stuff that I bought, got my money back, and I guess they got charged the transaction fee twice anyway. I think the best revenge here would have been to return that stuff and then buy everything back again, including the one extra item you wanted to buy, so that they got charged 3 times. And of course, you got the stuff you went there for in the first place. This next story is by I'll Pick Later. Oh, you forgot to mention the essay at the end of the assignment? Don't worry, I got it. I was a senior in high school, and my history teacher assigned a 30-hour online course that was worth 30% of our final grade as our final assignment in the class. On top of that, if you didn't finish the assignment in its entirety, she would give us a 0 on the entire assignment. For those of you doing the math, that means if you missed part of it and didn't already have a 100 in that class, you fail the class. Not only did she give us a total of 3 class hours to work on this assignment, but she forgot to mention the 3-paragraph essay that was required. It was on the assignment sheet, which no one in the class actually read, but it was a single sentence at the bottom of the second page. The assignment was hard enough. I was working 30 to 40 hours a week and barely had enough time to do my regular homework, much less some BS 30-hour assignment with non-skippable videos and quizzes. I actually had my brother do about half of it, and I lost out on sleep to finish the rest. I finally finished the crap the day before we had to turn in the assignment. Luckily, I would get to school really early because as soon as I walked into the school, my friend runs up and says, "Did you do the essay?" And then explained that we were supposed to write an essay on our thoughts of the assignment. Now, at first, I was freaking pissed. She never mentioned this essay and made it seem like the entire assignment was online. But then I realized what the essay was supposed to be about. Malicious compliance engaged. In the 30 minutes I had left before turning in the assignment, I turned into a writing machine. The essay only had to be 3 paragraphs. I wrote almost 3 pages. I explained how the assignment was a complete waste of time. I explained my irritation with not getting class time to finish such a large and tedious assignment. I explained how I didn't learn literally anything. I explained how much sleep I lost to complete this assignment and how several of the people in the class worked near full-time jobs outside of school. And I explained how incredibly inept the overall execution of the assignment was. I got a 0 on the essay part, but I got a 90% on the assignment, which brought my grade up to a B. Several people in my class failed the class because they didn't know about the essay until class started. I don't know if it was something that the teacher said out loud or was written on the board in class that you had to notice, or was in some kind of fine print somewhere in the assignment where you just normally wouldn't see it, but I think that's absolute BS that they would include some kind of mostly hidden essay somewhere in the assignment that could outright get you a 0 and flunk the entire year for you. That would be something that I would try to elevate to some kind of body way above that teacher or professor or whatnot, because somebody has to be able to see that and know that that's wrong, right? Our next story is by Lord Kano. I'm not qualified to do the thing that I just did, so no, I won't teach you. This happened in 2002/2003. I was doing billing support for a company. Let's just say their name is reminiscent of a very large communist country. I had applied for an opening in their IT department. I interviewed for the position, and about a week later, I was informed that I wouldn't get the position because I wasn't qualified for it. The person who got the position was the friend of one of the managers. He had spent less time out of high school than I had spent working in IT, so I knew it was more about his personal relationship with the manager than my qualifications. This company also had a billing system that was supposed to allow us to bring up copies of customer invoices and scanned copies of their contracts, but it didn't work. This problem had been ongoing for more than a year. The IT staff said there was nothing they could do to fix it. One day, I was poking around and I found the cause of the problem. The scanned customer contracts were in TIFF format, but they were saved into the system without a file extension, and our desktops were so locked down that we couldn't choose which programs open files. It was governed by the file extension. I found an old inactive customer's account, renamed the TIFF file, and when I clicked on the link, the contract opened. I found my manager and showed him. He asked me to show him how I did it. I refused. I said, I am not qualified to work in IT for this company, so obviously I don't know how to do the thing that I just did. Maybe you should ask one of the more qualified people in IT. Lastly, I hit Ctrl-Z to undo the file rename. OP later on gave an update that went on to say that 6 months later, the account was scaled down and they lost their job. Basically, it can be assumed that the company wasn't being run well and it crashed and burned. This next story is by Throwaway 1999-000. Can't burn leaves? Then we will redistribute them. I'm reminiscing because my grandpa, 89, recently had a stroke. A few years back in the fall time, when he was in better health, we would rake up all the leaves in his large yard. However, the township said we couldn't burn them like we usually do. A new law or something on the books. Now, being that we live in a very rural area, my grandpa didn't like this. He was in his 70s at this point, and I think I was barely a teenager. But he was also a lawyer for years before he retired, so the law must be followed. Anyways, we didn't feel like taking load after load of leaves to the dump. But we couldn't burn them. So we loaded them high into the back of Grandpa's pickup, and not wanting to go to the dump, I said, Grandpa, let's just drive until they all blow away. And so we did. It was glorious. Me riding shotgun and my 70-year-old grandpa, he was probably closer to 80 at the time to be honest, driving down the country road with the tailgate down, watching all those leaves blow out into the fields behind us. We had great fun doing it and still talk about it to this day. Can't burn the leaves, you say? Alright, then we'll redistribute them. Thankfully, OP did give an update to this story and said that their grandpa is home from the hospital. They do have a lot of rehab and recovery ahead though. I'm wishing the best for OP's grandpa, and I'm appreciative that they even shared this story because it sounds like one of the most pure and happy memories to be able to look back on. And our final story of the day is by Oddhiro Mitarashi 22, Hotel of Compliance. My sister is an OFW, or Overseas Filipino Worker, and ended her job a year ago working on a seaside hotel on Phuket, Thailand as a head chef. Due to this hotel being a tourist hotspot because of its high reviews, great customer service, and beautiful scenery, my sister experienced enough entitled Karens and Kevins during her 5-year stay in the job. Because of this, the hotel suffered from choosing beggar influencers or CBI, both foreigners and locals. My sister knew about this a lot due to the next circumstances. Choosing beggar influencers will call the hotel 2 days or a day before the reservation. Some even called for a manager as they demanded for a nice hotel room with breakfast for a shout out and asked for a hefty discount because of the exposure. It happened more than 10 times during my sister's employment, so the hotel complied. The business furnished the most cheapest room available, telling the CBIs that this is the ultra deluxe room prepared for you. And my sister preparing the most cheapest breakfast the hotel has to offer, plating it so fancy so it's Instagrammable. My sister is an Instagram girl, so she can relate. Many choosing beggar influencers believe that they got a great discount in a deluxe room and great food during their stay, but they just get what they paid for. It's not a loss for the hotel. Due to that system, my sister and her coworkers use the word "the influencer room" as a joke to each other. My sister said that room is only exclusive for choosing beggar influencers, and they hosted at least 14 CBIs during her 5-year contract on the job. Thank you all for reading. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it was like formerly a larger custodial closet or something like that they were like, you know what, we're not really using this room, we can throw some wallpaper on it, put a bed in there, call it a free influencer room, whatnot, we got it. Lazy manager reneges on a request after I describe what they want. This malicious compliance comes from my girlfriend Jessica, not her real name. For background, my girlfriend is a software test engineer at a computer science related company. She has a lot of jobs there, but one of them involves the review of bugs in the application, which she sees in the form of a ticket. For background, when Jessica started working at this company, her manager Bob would force every new hire to attend meetings every day, going over the ticketing system in excruciating detail, even though all of the new hires stated that they had used them before and didn't need another tutorial. This finally culminated in her manager stating in front of the whole team that the new hires couldn't attend a meeting as they had to go over the ticketing software. And all of the new hires resoundingly stated that they didn't need any more tutorials and would be able to attend, which they did. These tickets get sent to various people, test engineer managers or developers, etc., and in order for them to be closed, the bug needs to be reproduced by the person who wants to close it, and a fix to prevent the bug needs to be added to the code of the product. Here is where the malicious compliance takes place. Jessica is reviewing a ticket documenting a bug in the product and she consults her manager. The ticket gets sent to her manager, who is tasked with reproducing it in order to develop a patch for said bug. Instead of this, her manager asks her to close the ticket herself as he can't reproduce the bug. This is clearly not how the ticket reporting works, as the whole point is that open tickets have not been fixed yet. Jessica would just close it since her manager Bob told her to, and she has only worked there for a few months. The only problem with this is that ticket reporting software requires a reason for closing the ticket to be documented, so people know who to talk to should issues occur. Since Jessica is new, people would expect her to make mistakes, and it wouldn't be the end of the world if she incorrectly closed a ticket. But she wasn't down to take the fall for something she had no control over. Since Jessica needs to add a reason for closing the ticket and doesn't want to go against the request of her manager, she writes back to him, "Sorry you can't reproduce it, what should I do?" The manager says, "Go ahead and close the ticket. Can't reproduce the bug." Jessica says, "Sure. Since you mentioned in the tutorial on the ticketing software that all tickets require a reason for closing, I'll close it and add as a reason, Bob can't reproduce the bug and I was advised by Bob to close it." Her manager immediately replies back, as he apparently just realized what the description of his job was, and tells her not to close the ticket and that he will work immediately to reproduce the issue so it can be documented. Since this, her manager has appropriately documented every ticket she sent without any inane comments. If you found yourself in this situation, would you have any qualms throwing your manager under the bus like that to make them realize, hey, this is not proper procedure, this is not proper documentation? Let me know if you would have any second thoughts about throwing Bob under the bus by labeling it, "Bob can't reproduce the bug, so he told me to close it," in the comments down below. Our next story is by Alon from RSR. You'll need a ticket for that. I work as a developer at a smallish IT company that has, before my involvement, offered a range of products and services on-premise at our customers. A couple of years ago, we started to offer our services and products as a hosted solution as well. This is where I come in. Over the course of a year, me and one other colleague, let's call him Jeff, ported our products to be suited for a multi-tenant environment. This took a fair amount of work as the original products were not suited for multi-tenancy at all. So in the end, we ended up pretty much rewriting everything. Jeff and I were a good team. Our skills complemented each other nicely. Jeff was always the more technical guy, so he was in charge of the server admin stuff, together with the system's core and security features. I was much more focused on the functional side of the products. I did everything from customer interaction to implementing their workflows, to making sure it all looked good and integrated well with the other applications of our customers. In short, while Jeff knew much more of the back end of our products, I knew what was actually happening in it. This of course meant that every single support request for our hosted solution ended up on my desk. The overwhelming majority of those requests were quick and simple fixes. Small edits to a workflow here, rerunning a batch job there, that kind of stuff. While I did need Jeff here and there, I was able to do about 90% of those requests myself within about 5 minutes. Sure, we had a technical support team, but they were much more focused on the on-premise customers and, with the hosted solution being significantly different at this point, had little knowledge of the hosted products. I'll cut out a bit in the middle, but about 2 years and a number of reorganizations later, we've ended up at the situation where one of our support staff members, she'll be known as Lisa in this story, knows a fair bit about the hosted system. Jeff has moved to the support team in order to keep our hosted environment running smoothly. and between them, they're able to handle about 80% of the support requests that would normally have filtered down to me. Unfortunately, we are in the situation where the support manager, we'll call him Steve, doesn't like me very much. Sure, Steve is a good manager. He takes care of his staff and is a great guy to work with if you're on his good side. Nevertheless, I am not. I have full access to everything, while he doesn't, and it doesn't sit well with him that I, a measly developer, have more access than him, a manager. Last year, as I returned from holiday, I found all of my rights on the production environment, and all but a few on the test environment, revoked. Jeff explained to me that there had been an audit, and one of the results were that, while I was still doing a lot on the operational side, that wasn't well documented. The level of access that I had didn't match the level that suited my job description, and instead of changing the job description, Steve opted to revoke all my rights. But what if I need to do insert random task that I still found myself with astonishing frequency? I asked Steve. Steve grinned and said, "We can give you temporary rights, but you'll need a ticket for that." Cue the malicious compliance. I started making a ticket for temporary rights for every single issue that I needed them for. By the end of the week, I had over 100 tickets on my name. The issues that Elisa used to handle were queuing up, as well as she spent more time granting and revoking my access than she was solving the issues that she could solve on her own. Morale, customer satisfaction, and ticket resolution scores, essentially an inverse of the amount of time a ticket spent waiting for support action, quickly dropped in unison. Steve doubled down. The problem wasn't with access management, the problem was with my blatant abuse of the ticketing system. And therefore, a new rule was set in place that I was not to be granted access to any of the hosted systems at all anymore. Instead, I was to describe my actions in a request for change (RFC) document, which could then be handled by Lisa or Jeff. Of course, every change still had to be approved by the change manager, which of course so happened to be Steve. Great. Now, issues that took me 5 minutes to fix will take me half an hour to write out. I need to spell out every bit of impact that a change will have, and in such a way that Steve, who is by all means not a technician, understands what I'm talking about. Then, Lisa or Jeff will have to make the changes. Of course, if anything unexpected happens, they'll have to roll back and I'll have to figure out what happened and amend the RFC to cope. All in all, something that used to take me 5 minutes now takes an hour and a half at best. At this point, my productivity is down pretty much 100%. Upper management has noticed this as well. Hearing my explanation and seeing my, by now extensive paper trail, they intervene by doing the one thing they could reasonably do. They amend my job description to cover the additional tasks that I've been doing since building the system. And with that, Steve has no choice but to reinstate the access that I've had before. Steve still doesn't like me, but at least now the customers get their issues resolved. Steve is absolutely biased and narcissistic. They're just power hungry and upset that somebody that they feel is below them has more access than they do. But here's the deal, they have that access because they're doing very technical and important stuff. What does Steve have to do with any of that access? Does he want to start trying to learn how to do any of this stuff? I'm sure he doesn't. Steve might be in the absolute top percentile in every other thing they do, but just them acting that way in that scenario makes them not a great manager or a great guy. A great manager, whether they liked you or not, would be able to build the team up regardless. And if I was OP, I'd watch my back and keep a paper trail. Our next story is by Garmstrong318. Union says British Rail must do what? Okay. Hi folks, last story for a while. This one is about my father and his career in British Railways. It's the early 70s and my father is working at a traction maintenance depot on local passenger trains into and out of London. Part of his job was after doing work on a unit, he would move it from the work sidings to the sidings ready for service. This job was also done by other fitters and staff in the TMD. This often saved time to get the services started on a morning. Please note, this had been done for some time and was done within the TMD and not on the working main line. One Monday morning, as my dad was working, he and the other fitters and staff who moved the units were called into a meeting. The railway union, I can't remember the name at the time, had decreed that only fully qualified drivers and firemen, or second man, could move any train or loco. This meant that trains could only be moved when a driver was on duty with a second man with him. However, here is where the problem lay. British Rail did not have drivers working overnight at the TMD, and often during a day they were all out on trains. As all the staff were frankly fed up, they decided to abide by the union's demand and didn't move any units. Within a month, service levels had dropped dramatically. Normally on a morning, they would need 18 units minimum available. After 2 months, they could only muster 9 to 10. Higher-ups were demanding action. Meetings were called where the staff simply said, "We are abiding by union rules." The union simply demanded more drivers be hired, but few applied and none lasted more than a few weeks before being moved elsewhere. British Rail tried for around 6 months to get somewhere, but sadly this service remained poor for throughout. Eventually, British Rail came up with a nifty plan. They simply each night had 3 freight engines sent down to pick up the faulty units and haul them to the nearest large maintenance facility and bring them back the next day, as the larger place was a 24/7 facility, so they had drivers on hand. This of course led to decline in work, and most of the staff were moved to other shops or locations. My father moved from there to work at King's Cross Control on the ECML, seeing in the HST trains and the swan song of the Deltics. It's unfortunate that the union was so rigid in their rules and very short-sighted on what they could and couldn't do. From the sounds of it, it basically ruined British Rail. This next story is by South FL CPL 96, Black Friday TV Deal. So a few years back, I had bought a new TV from Best Buy for around $1,600. 2 weeks later, the same TV went on sale for $1,250. So I asked the employee at the customer service desk if they could price match it. They said that they couldn't do that, so I told them that I was simply going to return the old TV and purchase a new TV if that was the case. Sure enough, they said there's nothing they could do, so that's exactly what I did. Rather than just lose the $350 from the sale price, they ended up losing that plus the discount they had to give on an open box TV sale. I definitely feel like they should do a price matching guarantee, especially on products that cost that much. Because let's face it, if you can save that much on the TV, you're going to get people returning it anyways and buying it at the cheaper price just to save that money. You might as well go ahead and price match it so you don't lose out on even more money having an open box or even no box TV, right? And our final story of the day is by ShadySide77, Fireworks Company. I worked for a fireworks company in college. This is my boss's story. He was heading to a show with all the fireworks in the trailer. He had to go through a wait station on the interstate due to the cargo and federal regulations. He got pulled over for an inspection, which wasn't a problem. He had the paperwork in line. Well, the inspector found a problem. The fire extinguisher wasn't properly secured. Not that it was missing, just not secured. My boss jerry-rigged it to be secure, but it didn't pass to the inspector's liking and demanded my boss leave to get the right bracket, but had to dump the trailer. Since my boss had a show to get, it was going to be a problem. My boss persisted, but the inspector wasn't moved, so my boss offered to comply. Since the inspector would have forced my boss to drop the trailer, he made it an immovable bunker. This means, according to federal regulations, there is not supposed to be a road within at least 500 feet. I believe the number, the story is a little old. As stated, it was at a wait station on the interstate, so my boss demanded the interstate be shut down for the 3 days it would have forced him to get the part. I mean, the regulation about the fire extinguisher is a safety regulation, so you would expect the inspector to understand. Well, let's just put it this way. The inspector thought my boss's jury rig met the requirement after that conversation. Oh, so you want to shut me down for 3 days, huh? You know what, your handiwork is pretty alright. Why don't you just go on through and we'll act like we didn't see anything here. I guess sometimes the nuclear option is the way to go to solve your problems. Justice, finally. Hi there, first things first. 1. I don't know if this is the correct subreddit for the story, so feel free to point out one that fits better. I just want to tell the story to someone. 2. English isn't my first language, so I ran the story through Google Translate. If you find any bad phrasings, typos, or spelling errors, feel free to correct me in the comments or just ignore them. 3. The whole story was a few years ago and is very convoluted. In order to not write a novel here, I try to keep things clear and as short as possible. If some things are incomprehensible, I am happy to submit updates upon request. And 4. Yes, we were too trustworthy, and in retrospect, we should have done more earlier. The story begins in the early 90s when my parents got divorced. My mother had been given custody of me and my older sister by the court. We moved into my maternal grandmother's house. The house was built by my grandfather in the 50s and had never been renovated. There were 2 apartments in the house. One apartment on the ground floor and one on the first floor. My grandma lived in the lower apartment, but even though it was actually too small for a woman with 2 teenage children in the upper apartment, my mother initially wanted us to see the house as 2 separate households. It took my grandma some time to convince my mother to consider the house as a whole as not my grandmother's but ours. My mother and grandma decided not only to renovate the house but also to refurbish it. But before that could happen, something important had to be clarified. Because my grandfather had built the house and he died without writing his last will, the house was not legally owned by my grandmother at the time, but belonged in part to my mother and her sister. Let's call her Estelle. My grandma bought Estelle's share. The 40-year-old stove heating was replaced by a floor heating that was modern at the time, windows were renewed, old pipes and cables were replaced, and much more. My mother put all of the money my father gave her after the divorce into the house. Among other things, she paid off an old loan that was still on the house. In order to not repeat my grandfather's mistake, the 3 made a will. The share in the house that belongs to my grandmother should go to my mother after her death, as she lived in the house and contributed significantly to its value through her investment. Estelle should get a large amount of money, and everything else my grandma owns should be divided equally between the 2. Fast forward to 2015. My mother had retired and took care 24/7 of her mother, who is suffering from dementia. The alternative of putting my grandma in a nursing home was out of the question for us. As long as it was possible somehow, my mother wanted my grandma to stay in the house that she built with her husband and that she called home. I haven't lived in the house for a long time, but I still visited whenever I could to relieve my mother of work. But these opportunities are few and far between, as I live and work around 2 hours away by car. So I was all the more pleased that my mother got help with housework for a few hours a week. This domestic help, let's call her Nadine, is the girlfriend of Estelle's son Tim. When Tim was a teenager, he had fallen out with his father and most of our family had very few contacts with him. He showed up once a year, called on our grandma's birthday and on Christmas. For over 20 years, he was, besides these 3 occasions, basically non-existent. Nadine works full-time in a nursing home. After having been in the hospital for a few days, my grandma was supposed to be in that very nursing home for a while. The insurance companies offered this option so that caregiving relatives should be able to recover for a few days themselves, and my mother really needed the break. But my mother was not granted this break. On the second day, in her demented confusion, she crawled under her room neighbor's bed and did not let the nursing staff lure her out from under it. Nadine then called Tim, who came by. While playing hide and seek, my grandma was slightly injured and was taken back to the hospital. After that, she refused to go back to the nursing home and my mother gave in and took her home. In the next few months, it was 2016 then, Tim appeared once a week to, as he said, take care of grandma. This taking care consisted of going to grandma, who was sitting in her TV chair, holding her hand, asking if everything was okay, and driving off 15 minutes later. At this point, I would like to emphasize again that my mother has basically sacrificed herself since 2011 to look after her mother in need of care. She never moved more than 50 meters from my grandma without someone to take her place. Both my grandmother's doctor and the official auditors in charge of the nursing service had certified my mother that my grandmother was doing great under her supervision. Estelle's birthday was in March. My mother told me later that Estelle had advised her in a conversation that she should put some money aside for the time when grandma is no longer there. Nadine celebrated his birthday in July. Since my grandmother was again spending a few days in short-term care at that time so that my mother could recover a little, Tim offered to pick up grandma for the party. And in August, the mood changed. Estelle expressed concern that my grandma's confusion was really dementia and instead suggested that grandma was in her condition because of poor care from my mother. Tim was increasingly aggressive towards my mother. In a conversation I insisted on participating, he accused my mother of embezzling my grandmother's money and evading taxes. And although I am a peace-loving person, I lost my composure a little and I was only a blink away from beating him. After we calmed down again, I suggested that instead of just coming by for 15 minutes a week and spreading accusations, he should really take care of grandma and look after her for a week at a time. He agreed. 2 weeks later, Tim and Tim's brother appeared with his family and picked up grandma for a visit to a fair. When they came back, they told my mother that they had ordered a new TV chair for grandma and that my mother should pay for it with her money. The reason was that my mother lived rent-free in grandma's house and practically doesn't do anything. Since my grandmother was so gracious to take in a mother and her 2 children, she was entitled to the money my mother supposedly saved on rent. A few weeks later, my mother had an appointment and asked Estelle to take care of grandma during that time. When she came back, there was also a note on the table. Estelle had taken grandma with her to look after her, first a week to try out. The joy that my mother had about the free time she gained quickly vanished when it turned out 2 days later that Estelle took the opportunity to go to her bank with my grandmother to revoke my mother the right to access my grandmother's account. We only found out about it by accident. A few days later, Estelle appeared accompanied by Tim, his 2 siblings, and their families and got clothes, jewelry, and everything valuable that my grandmother owned. They said that my grandma wanted to stay with Estelle now because she couldn't stand my mother anymore. The mood between my mother and grandma had deteriorated noticeably in the month since the first stay at the nursing home. At first, we assumed that the dementia was getting worse. A few days later, 9 people came to my mother's home, including my grandmother, Estelle, Tim, Tim's siblings, and their family. When my mother was about to let 2 visitors out of the door, one of the group stormed through the open front door, pushing my mother and sister aside and demanding that they leave the lower apartment immediately. They supposedly had no right to be there and are only allowed to stay in the upper apartment. A neighbor saw the incident and called the police. The group convinced the police that my mother actually lived in the apartment upstairs and had no right to be downstairs. To this day, I still don't understand why the policeman accepted it that way. In any case, he asked my mother to leave the lower apartment until the matter was legally clarified. The police then disappeared. The group then took the opportunity to exchange the lock and search the apartment for incriminating material that they could use against my mother. Unsurprisingly, they didn't find anything. My mother hadn't done anything wrong. The day after, my mother went to see a lawyer to give her access to the home again. After a week back and forth, my relatives agreed to let my mother back into the apartment. They cleared the furniture out of the apartment beforehand because they thought it belonged to my grandmother and switched back to the old locks. Since there were 9 again and my mother had a nervous breakdown from the whole affair anyway and was on the verge of the second, I wanted to receive the key in her place. However, they insisted that my mother personally collect the key. Since I could already imagine why my relatives insisted of being in a group of 9 to give the key to a 70-year-old woman personally, I had an idea. I picked up my smartphone in a clearly visible position and activated the recording function. As I expected, most of them noticed my cell phone and remained silent. All except my grandma. Although she could hardly see anything, she recognized me and wanted to talk to me. She accused me and my mother of plotting against her, that she always supported me and she couldn't understand how we could do that to her. It broke my heart to hear what monsters my mother and I had become in her mind. But I knew this was the dementia talking. I listened patiently and tried to explain what she had misunderstood, but I also knew that she had sunk too far in her illness to convince her of the truth. One of the allegations in that conversation was that my mother and I wanted her out of the house. As already written, that was not the case, But I have to be grateful today that my grandma said that. Estelle was sitting next to her at the time and reflexively replied, "It wasn't him, the others." At the time, I was too fixated on my grandma that I hadn't even noticed. Fortunately, I had my phone in my hand the whole time. When I listened to the conversation a while later, it finally clicked, and I could slap myself today for not noticing it earlier. Since the incident at the nursing home, the mood between my mother and grandma had deteriorated noticeably. We blamed it on dementia, but now it was clear to us that in her condition between dementia and the strong painkillers she was taking, my relatives had talked her into believing some conspiracy against her. My mother then applied for guardianship for my grandma. In Germany, it is regulated in such a way that it is first checked whether the care is necessary. That was a relatively straightforward matter. Then a judge has to check whether there's a possibility that a relative will take over the guardianship. This test was an on-site appointment at Estelle's. As I could deduct from the court papers, the judge was of the opinion relatively quickly that family internal guardianship was not possible. The decisive factor was apparently, among other things, the aggressive behavior of my relatives towards my mother, whereby the judge was almost injured with a burning cigarette. Mrs. G was declared to be my mother's guardian. A few weeks after Mrs. G took over her job, she paid my mother a visit. Miss G said that she was amazed when she met my mother for the first time. After all, she wasn't the hellspawn my relatives described her. We learned that Estelle's family had apparently spread wild rumors about my mother in town. We also learned that apparently my grandmother set up a new will. Since my mother lives in a small town, it didn't take long to find out that Tim was named the sole heir in the new will. Nadine had said the same to a friend, and if you know someone who knows someone, small town. My grandma died in July 2017. Shortly afterwards, I drove to the court to deposit my grandma's will there so that it could take effect. The lady there said there would already be another recent will. I still insisted on depositing the old one. The will was opened a few weeks later. We saw for the first time what we are dealing with. The new will was drawn up by a notary, which is normally better than a handwritten will from over 20 years ago. In the will, Tim is established as the sole heir with Estelle in the second position, in the event that Tim would have died before my grandmother. Not a word about the fact that part of my mother's house already belonged to her, instead she was only given a right to live in the upper apartment. But the real shock came when we saw the date. The will was written in July 2016, on the day when Tim and Estelle had so generously agreed to pick up Grandma from the nursing home, when they were still trying to pretend everything was fine and their only concern was Grandma's well-being. I made an appointment with an inheritance lawyer. The lawyer first wanted to convince my mother to only sue for her legal inheritance claim and to otherwise accept the will. Challenging a notarial will is one of the most difficult cases you can try in German courts, and it takes a lot of evidence to do that. My time to shine. It took me almost an hour to convince the lawyer that my grandma had dementia and that the new will is therefore invalid. Doctor's report certified dementia back in 2011. The report for the guardianship. Every minute I presented her with new documents, and in the end, she is ready to go into battle with us. So the matter goes to court, which means that the lawyers write letters back and forth. In one of the letters, Tim's lawyer mentions that there was an assessment from Dr. A that clearly confirms that my grandma did not have dementia. That would contradict the evidence I submitted to my lawyer. So the court commissioned a new independent expert assessment. Although I had a lot of evidence and the behavior of my grandma was always a clear sign of dementia for me, we waited a little nervously for the assessment. We received the assessment, and what can I say? I haven't read anything so beautiful and sad at the same time for a long time. It is sad because the expert quotes from many reports that describe what my grandma was going through after she was brought to Estelle's house. Nice because the appraiser completely dismantled the other side's argument. For every argument that the other side had come up with by then, the appraiser has evidence to invalidate it. Most impressive is the fact that the alleged report by Dr. A is completely worthless to the other side. On the contrary, the doctor was so incompetent that he accidentally not only failed to refute my grandmother's dementia, he even confirmed it. So there is a court date. The appraiser, Dr. A, and the notary who wrote the will are present. Dr. A is given the opportunity to defend his report before the judge, and he only makes it worse. It is going too far to explain that now. In any case, A made it clear to the judge that he had no idea how to carry out the test. Then it's the notary's turn. When he testified, it turns out that there were 2 appointments with him and my grandma. And in their attempt to look particularly good in front of the judge, Estelle and Tim admit that they were both present at both appointments. Not only that, apparently the conversation and further coordination between the notary and my grandmother went completely through Estelle's hands. The trial ends and my mother's lawyer is overjoyed. She explains to me that if there were any doubts that the new will does not reflect the will of my grandma, these are finally resolved by the statement of the notary. A few days later, the judge gives the verdict and it is even better than expected. 1. The house was awarded to my mother. 2. Tim is no longer entitled to even 1 cent from my grandma's inheritance. 3. All claims that Estelle could still make against my mother, in example, both the stated sum of money from the old will and possible claims under the law, are offset against what was in her possession at the time of my grandma's death. So she has some old furniture, clothes, some jewelry, etc., and what it looks like so far, that means that's all she can hope for. So having heard this incredible story, do you think that OP's relatives deserved some kind of jail time for how they ultimately played and treated the grandmother? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Fine, I won't wear those boots anymore. You win. Another tale of me and dress codes. Background. If you read my recess malicious compliance story, then you already know I'm not a fan of dress codes for the sake of dress codes. So when I left for boarding school, I was utterly thrilled to go to a school that didn't have any uniform at all. Okay, so it's not really that I have a problem with dress codes. I have a problem with conforming. So if you say socks have to be black or blue, 99.99999% of people will assume that you mean navy blue. I'm the person who would show up with sky blue, just to silently stand out for a day. Just to give a smirk to the 5 other people who will think, well, they did just say blue. Just to highlight to the bureaucrat who wrote the rules that they're not as airtight as they thought they were. In short, I am, as my hubby would say, a brat. It's just fun, to me, to show people that either or doesn't always have to be your only choices. We'll just say I was an adventurous dresser. I liked unusual combinations, and had I been encouraged instead of discouraged and taught how to sew, I very probably would have ended up as a low-level fashion designer. Clothes were like paint to me after an entire childhood in the same plaid. I wanted to mix colors and textures and brushes. Boarding school is not really a colorful, choose-your-own-adventure kind of place. Well, though I was a precocious child, I was never a rule breaker, save for very calculated rule breaking in my previous story. My mother always said, OP's obedient and well-behaved. She will bend a rule into a pretzel, but she'll never intentionally break one. She was the kind of parent who had to carefully word rules and restrictions when leaving me to my own devices, but also to be careful not to put ideas into my head at the same time. Basically, if you give me the impression that you believe something is ironclad, I'll pick it apart just because I enjoy the mental exercise of seeing if it really is ironclad. But if you're a jerk, I'm going to find the worst way to show you that it's not ironclad. My mother firmly believed that critical thinking is the key to success in life. If you can assess a problem and find a path to a solution, then you don't need to know everything. You just need to know how to find answers. Mind you, this was about a decade before Google and smartphones, so I don't blame parents today for different mentalities. But I do still think I would raise my kids this way if I were going to have any. So I had been raised to believe that the people who get ahead in life are the people who don't just say apple when asked what the red round thing on the desk is. You pick it up, you turn it over, you note the feel and the weight, you mark the smell and the reflections in the wax, and you file that away for later. Never know when someone's going to ask you what the bottom of an apple looks like when there are no apples to look at, right? Anyhow, when you spend your life mentally picking up every problem, question, and object so you can flip it over, turn it inside out, change the colors, etc., mundane things like school handbooks actually become a bit fun. The story. I went to a boarding school with two types of dress code. We had classroom dress, which was exactly what it sounds like. We were basically expected to look like young professionals. All the normal rules you would expect. Skirts below the fingertips for girls, shirts and ties for the boys. The handbook was pretty specific, as most are. The alternative was what we could wear in our free time. Town dress, and it was the standard we were expected to dress when seen in public off campus or just spending time in the students' lounge. This was more relaxed, but still rules to keep the girls from wearing anything too sexy or the boys from looking too ragged and torn / cut off / worn out clothes. That sort of stuff. I had a pair of knee-high suede moccasin boots with fringe at the top just below the knee. Actually, I had two pairs, one in black, one in brown. They were the most comfortable, warm boots I ever owned, long before the days of Uggs. My mother and I fought constantly over these boots, and it was a great triumph to me that she'd allowed me to spirit them away to school with me. Then one day I was approached by a teacher who told me that the teachers had had a discussion and my boots weren't in the spirit of classroom dress. But I've read the dress code. There's nothing in there against them, I protested. I know, it's just been decided they don't meet the spirit of the dress code, she elaborated. But they're the right color. I know. They're the right fabric. Suede is allowed. I know. There's no restriction on boot length. You allow riding boots for the equestrian club. I know. Then why? I don't really know if I was angry or sad or an even split of both, but I was emotional. I wish I had better answers for you. She was a teacher I liked and I knew liked me. I realized it's why they'd sent her. I wasn't the sort to make a scene or cause a fuss. I was the sort to get even. Okay, I said and walked off. That night, I studied the dress code front to back. I read every sentence forwards and backwards. I said them out loud. I held up every article of clothing mentioned and studied it as if I were an alien who had nothing but the handbook and that piece of clothing to figure out how it was used by humans. It was a pretty strict handbook, I had to give them that. But they had made two mistakes. One, the handbook was oddly unspecific about which items of clothing were to be worn where. Two, nowhere did the handbook say we had to make an effort to actually look good. They discussed what articles of clothing needed to be what colors and how far they needed to extend in certain directions. Skirts below the fingertips, socks above the ankles, sleeves past the elbows, etc. Shoes had to be reasonable colors like black or brown, like my boots were, or other earth tones. But it never said they couldn't be elf shoes, for example. Granted, elf shoes wouldn't be in the spirit of classroom dress, but I digress. I went to bed furious and with vicious ideas circling in my mind, debating whether or not I wanted to pull this particular trigger. Eventually, I decided I'd wait until morning, and if I still felt that way, I would begin phase 1. The next morning, I woke up still pissed and began a mental list of the worst boys in my grade as I walked to breakfast. When I got there, I found a few of them and pointed out that the handbook specified that ties were to be tied in a single or double Windsor knot at all times unless it was a bow tie, and then it was to be tied to the traditional manner. Don't know what that's called. What it didn't specify is what part of the body it was to be affixed to. Nowhere did it specify that ties had to be tied around the neck, just how they needed to be tied. I told them they didn't have to believe me. Just read their handbooks at night and do what they will with the information. The next day, there were ties on wrists, around eyeglasses, foreheads, ankles, knees, thighs, tied them around hands as if to stop bleeding knuckles. Anywhere you could attach a Windsor knot to the human body, there was a boy in my school with a tie there. I was feeling pretty darn proud of myself. Phase 1 was a total success. The teachers were annoyed, but most found it amusing. Until we got to math class. There was a kid in class without his tie on, the one who always wore a bow tie. The teacher walked up to his desk and looked down her nose at him.
I understand you boys are having some fun with your ties today, and I think we've been pretty good sports, but if you know the handbook this well, then you know you at least have to be wearing a tie.
He raised his head, smirked, and said, "Oh, I'm wearing one. You just can't see it." The class erupted. Now, maybe he just had it under his pants on his ankle, or tied around his elbow under his blazer. I'll never know. But he went down as the kid who came to class with his tie around his you-know-what. By the end of the day, I was a legend for finding the loophole, and he was a legend for what he had put the loophole around. By morning announcements, the dress code had been updated. We were all handed a printed page, so we couldn't claim we didn't know, to include specifications about ties around necks, and the fun was over for the boys. Phase 2 was a little more in-depth. Read on if you're not already bored. I studied the handbook and I took mental notes. I had been eyeing the most ridiculous pair of boots I'd ever seen at the mall. They were silver with holographic rainbow interlocking circles on them. They sported a 2-inch platform with a chunky 4-inch heel and laced up just above the ankles. They looked like something Rami and Michelle would have worn in their final prom scene or Fran Drescher in The Nanny. Ungodly. I knew I couldn't wear them to class, but I wanted them for town days so bad. Like I said, after 9 years in uniform, I was having fun with fashion. I saved for months and visited them at the mall every chance I got. I had been slowly talking myself out of such a frivolous pair of boots. They were so expensive. But the loss of my favorite classroom boots had reinvigorated my lust for them. And right after my moccasins were revoked, I had managed to save up just enough to afford them. Lucky me. I practically skipped to the store to get my holographic rainbow platform boots that weekend. They were out of my size. I nearly cried. Until I noticed right next to them was the black patent leather version. Until now, they had seemed so tame by comparison. But the dress code had a special section about patent leather footwear. It was specifically permitted, but only when wearing pants. There's an old idiotic belief that you can see the reflection of a girl's underwear in patent leather shoes if she's wearing a skirt. So I could not wear the rainbow boots to class, but their sister boots in black patent leather with silver details were totally permitted. Silver also being specifically permitted on shoes, as some might have grommets for laces. Still sporting the 2-inch platform and 4-inch heel, mind you. The school didn't have any limits for heel size, assuming high schoolers wouldn't want to be in heels all day, I guess. Something about losing the whimsy of the silver holographic rainbows also had the bonus effect of taking them from a club kid mood to a darker hooker boots realm. And to think, I would never have even considered the black pair if it weren't for my recent fascination with our dress code. The black boots also happened to be on discount, whereas my silver ones would have been full price. So I walked away with enough money to buy a pair of pants to wear with my new boots. A plan began to formulate in my devious brain. I invited my friends to join me at one of the local thrift stores, and we spent the afternoon hunting for the ugliest pants we could find that were still within the guidelines of the school dress code. And we did. They were bright orange polyester pants with little gray-green amorphous dots on them, something akin to an incredibly tiny giraffe print. You almost couldn't make out the green, just that there was a pattern to the orange. Something about the two colors clashed enough that they almost vibrated in front of your eyes, making you half dizzy / half nauseated if you stared too long. And as luck would have it, I scored a deal on an orange shag sweater that was the exact same shade. I looked like a half-finished Sesame Street character on top and a Lost Disco reject on bottom. Oh, did I mention they were slightly belled, straight-legged orange polyester pants? I strolled into class on Monday looking like a rejected extra from Saturday Night Fever. My new platform boots had heavy wooden heels that clunked loudly everywhere I walked. I now stood 4 inches taller, making me stand out even more in the halls, and rivaling some of my teachers for presence in the classroom. I watched some of them glare at my new boots and began to figure out which ones had taken issues with my knee-high moccasins. I could tell the teachers who were getting a laugh out of it too. But I didn't stop there. It became my life's mission to seek out the most horrendous clothing and outfits I could concoct. I didn't care how I looked anymore. I had been so careful when I packed to make sure my clothes had all been suitable. And by their own admission, my boots were within the code. They just hadn't liked them. I had done my utmost to dress within their rules, and they had arbitrarily decided something wasn't good enough because they didn't like it. So now I wore something hideous every single day, so they had to see me in something nobody liked. Every single day. After all, what could they do? Just tell me every single day that I wasn't dressed appropriately but never in violation? At some point I would cry it was personal, maybe even racial. By their own admission, it didn't violate the rules, and I was certain to never violate the rules. That just wasn't my style. Plus, at this point in a battle of wills, you can't afford to get sloppy and give the other side any advantage. Mom always said I was stubborn. The nice thing about boarding school is the girls are happy to share clothes around with anyone who will share back. So instead of just one closet, I had like 30 to pick from just in my dorm. Sure, most of my clothes matched each other by intent and planning, but they looked absurd with clothes picked by or for other people. Someone might have a loud shirt they only wear with a black skirt, but I'd pair it with a printed skirt from 3 rooms down in clashing colors just because I could. Still within code. I wore those hooker boots anytime I didn't have on a skirt. I invested in more polyester than a school should legally be allowed to have on campus for fire safety reasons. I sought out every consignment, vintage, second-hand shop in town, and there were a lot. It was a largely hippie town, so the pickings were fantastic. I put together 3-piece suits with ties that made me look so butch, they actually asked my mother if I was gay at her parent-teacher conference. Apparently, dressing badly makes you a lesbian? I braided my bangs into a single braid and would put heavy earrings at the end to weigh it down, then swing it around like a pendulum over my desk or book during class by swirling my head. Only if I was bored in a class of a teacher I suspected of costing me my boots. Anything and everything I could do to be visually assaulting to the senses, I did. At the above-mentioned parent-teacher meeting, they asked my mom if she could speak to me about my clothing, and she asked, surprised, if I was breaking any rules. They explained about the boots. Mom told me she laughed and said there was nothing she could do. If there's one thing my daughter hates, it's being punished for a rule she didn't know existed, or a rule that never existed in the first place. If you want to make a rule today to stop her, she won't do it tomorrow. I bet you never saw those boots again. But you took away something she loved for seemingly no good reason. She sees that as a punishment even if you only saw it as a request. And now she's punishing you back. Simple as that. I suggest you just let it go and fix your handbook over the summer. Otherwise, you'll run out of paper trying to print daily changes to keep up with the loopholes she'll find. My daughter loves finding loopholes. I should never have given her so many riddles as a child. Upon hearing this, they admitted that the only reason my new boots had been ignored thus far is that, this having been my reaction to the banning of the first pair, some were fearful what I might find to wear in retaliation if a second pair was banned. And, obedient student that I was, I never did wear my knee-high suede moccasins again. Random conclusion stuffs. They never did come after me for a single other dress code issue. Except once when my skirt was too short. Honestly not intentional, each teacher measured slightly differently. And I didn't return the next year for entirely unrelated reasons, so I don't know what changes they may have made. I'll include a photo of the boots. I've kept them all these years later just for the smile I get when I find them in the bottom of a box while looking for something else. And here's the last shirt I'm sure I have from those days. It's literally the ugliest piece of clothing I've ever owned, and I can't bring myself to throw it away because I think of the story every time I see it and laugh. And I know somewhere is one photo of me in my orange shag outfit. If I ever find it, I'll share that as well. I had a blast tearing that dress code to shreds. So remember to take your problems, turn them on their side, flip them inside out, look at life from a funny angle, and you never know what cracks you might find. And it's another great story of my awesome mom totally having my back. Though looking back as an adult, I'll bet she was a little pissed they banned her boots too. I mean, after all, if they had been more specific in the handbook, she could have kept them at home the entire time instead of in my closet at school, gathering dust. Miss you, Mom. Honestly, I wish I was half as determined as OP was to do anything in any situation, honestly. Have you ever experienced a dress code rule that was ridiculous or gotten dress coded yourself? Let me know in the comments down below. So quickly now, I just want to explain how to enter the giveaway. The way it works is I take every video that was uploaded in a given week, find one random comment that was relevant to the stories in that video, and I give them an Amazon gift card. It's that simple. So all you want to do to have the best chances to win is to leave a comment relevant to the video in some form on every video this week. That's all you have to do, and best of luck. And also, if you could like the videos too, that would help more than you could possibly imagine. And our final story of the day is by Silverhammer96, Freudian Theory and Public Speaking. Senior year, my English teacher was having us present on random topics that she assigned us in order to prepare for our senior project presentations. We were given a topic, had a few days to do research outside of class, and then had to present for at least 15 minutes in the topic. The end of the week would result in a test where each student wrote 5 questions pertaining to their topic. Most kids were given normal topics while I was assigned Freudian sexual theory. Quick background on me and my teacher. I was always the good kid in school. Never had a problem with a teacher. This teacher didn't like my older cousin for absolutely no reason, so she decided she'd act awfully towards me. Would make it difficult to ask her for help after school, try to give me bad grades so I wouldn't get into college, and there's more. I was always polite, but I wasn't friendly with her. Now back to Freud. Because it was senior year and I was ahead on my schoolwork, I spent the next 3 days learning everything there was to know about Freud's unconscious mind. Id, ego, superego, dream analysis, but especially psychosexual development. On the day of the presentation, I walked up to the board and started writing random terms all over it, such as phallic, genital, oral, anal, sucking, swallowing, you get the idea. She immediately tries interrupting me before I stop her, explaining how these are important vocabulary for the lesson, which it technically is, and that they'd have to know the vocab for the upcoming test. I made sure to format my presentation around being as descriptive and explicit as possible and have the test questions reflect it. At the end of the presentation, I made sure to leave the vocab words on the board for the next class. Looking back on it, I wish I had used a Sharpie. The teacher had no choice but to give me a passing grade, especially considering I presented better than a majority of the class. I mean, let's be real. She assigned you Freudian sexual theory. What could she expect from a student that she treated like crap the entire year and tried to do all these rude things to? Good on OP for making this crappy teacher have to sit there and sweat in class while all these graphic terms were explained in class, and good on OP for passing their presentation. Political science can only go up 30 days before any election? Okay. So back in August, my wife and I decided we wanted to put up a sign to promote our preferred candidate for the upcoming presidential election here in Texas. I wanted to see what my town's ordinances said about what and where we could put the sign up, as we were planning to put a banner on our fence that is very prominent facing traffic that goes along the side of our house, but that is at the edge of our property. The ordinances had a few rules about where the sign could and couldn't be. An example, don't put them on a utility pole. The max size of the sign, 36 square feet, how high off the ground, etc. It also said that political signs would be allowed 30 days prior to any election. Note here, it didn't say the election, which would have implied that the election had to be related to the sign. As far as I was concerned, it could be, as the ordinance said in plain English, any election. So we ordered a 36 square foot banner off of Etsy, nailed and tied it to the fence on a Saturday in August. The next Monday, code enforcement dropped by and said something along the lines of, "We had an inquiry about your sign. It isn't in compliance with the ordinance," and asked us to take it down. I wasn't home at the time. My wife told him that I wasn't home, but that I read the ordinance and it said any election, and that we were in compliance. There was some back and forth. They settled on if you request a sign permit that would give us a month with the sign up, then we would be within 30 days of early voting in Texas, which is how the town has traditionally interpreted the meaning of 30 days prior to any election. So I get home from running the errand I was on, and my wife tells me what has transpired. I still thought the sign was legal under the ordinance, but to make my wife happy, I applied for and was granted the permit. 2 days later, the same code enforcement officer came to our house and said that the town manager had overruled his issuing of the permit and that the sign needed to come down. I told him that I only applied for the permit to make my wife happy and that the sign has always been legal under the ordinance and that the town was not without choices as it could clean up the language in the ordinance. More back and forth. I asked him what the next steps were. Do you remove the sign? Would have made great footage for my security camera. Do you cite me, etc., etc. He said he would talk to the town manager. I said that I would be happy to discuss it with the town manager. So the town manager calls me later that day. Says things like, "Most people don't put 36 square foot signs in residential property." I told them that I wasn't most people, that I was following the letter of the ordinance and that the sign was up in accordance with any election, including the fact that several of the 54 primaries are currently happening. 50 states plus territories plus voters overseas, and that those are all elections for the purposes of the ordinance. He says that he would contact the town's lawyer. Hours later, he calls back. I guess the town's lawyer was not busy that day and was able to opine instantly on the matter. He says the town's lawyer thinks the ordinance is enforceable, but that they have decided to not take an enforcement action. I told him I still believed I was in compliance because I was following the any election provision, but that he was making the right choice as there was a pandemic going on. But I had also been doing some research. Many people think of Texas as very similar to the rest of the South where local government is best. But my understanding of how things work in Texas is that cities and towns cannot do things that the state doesn't allow them to do. So things are often enumerated or restricted at the state level. And it just so happens that Texas has a chapter on political signs. Title 15 is Regulating Political Funds and Campaigns, and Chapter 259 is Political Signs. 259.003 is titled Regulation of Political Signs by Municipality, and says in part, a municipal charter provision or ordinance that regulates signs may not, for a sign that contains primarily a political message and that is located on private real property with the consent of the property owner, prohibit the sign from being placed. It looks like there are some caveats elsewhere in the chapter, such as it applies to signs 36 square feet and smaller, etc., but definitely applies to my circumstances. So the town's ordinance restricts someone from placing a political sign 30 days before any election. It sure seems like that violates this section of Texas law. Now armed with some information, I went to town council and spoke at one of the open forums where residents can address the council on any topic. My town is pretty small, full of people who don't share my political views, and the council reflects that pretty well. But I told them about how the ordinance appeared to violate Texas law. I also told them about a recent Supreme Court ruling from 2015, Reed v. Town of Gilbert, that set a bit of a surprising precedent. Basically, under certain conditions, the town might have to survive strict scrutiny when taking enforcement actions on signs and demonstrate a narrowly tailored, compelling government interest for why certain signs could only be up for short times versus other signs being up for longer times. Anyway, the town has worked with me on this issue, and the town manager is a busy person, but did say that the town's lawyer and him would circle up and propose changes to council in the coming months. I hope this post inspires you to get out there and vote and also engage with your government at the local, state, and national level. I'm kind of curious because I've seen a certain subset of people say that putting political signs in your yards is kind of odd. So do you think putting political signs up in your yard or on your fence line outside your house is a weird thing to do? Or alternatively, have you or would you want to put political signs up? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by Chloroform Scented. Okay, I'll open his account. I'm not sure if this counts as malicious compliance, but I read a similar story here and wanted to share my own. My dad died in 2015, but we were still getting non-stop credit card offers for him. I decided to call up the company and get them to stop sending my dad mail. I got on the line with a woman, told her that my dad was dead, and wanted his name taken off their mailing list. She kept insisting she needed to talk to the person the mail was being sent to or his death certificate. I kept telling her he was dead and that he was receiving offers, had no credit card at this company, and I was under no obligation to send his death certificate in to stop junk mail. This same conversation was going in circles. Finally, I said, "Fine, I'd like to open this credit card under his name then." To which she replied, "But you just said he was deceased." I just said, "Yes." And she was silent for a few seconds before transferring me to the correct helpers. Well, I guess if they're too stubborn to accept that they're deceased, try and take them up on their offer until you go so far up the chain that something has to be done either way, right? Our next story is by Nabucodonosor. Too lazy to do your own reading and getting me to do your job for you? Okay. I'm a trainee at my company in an industry that I haven't worked in before. I'm getting a hang of the job and the many things that are a part of it. I have to know pretty much where everything is and what is available at a moment's notice and be ready to alter planning straight away. The more I'm getting into it, the less time I have for other BS. Still being a trainee, a lot of people within the company who have established cozy positions are still taking advantage of me as the do everything I can't be bothered to do guy. I'm also computer literate in a company stacked with dinosaurs, which also doesn't go in my favor. The other day, I was being asked about a few invoices for vehicle repairs that the person in accounts couldn't be bothered to even read properly and think for a second to put two and two together. A few back and forth emails and phone calls where I gave one-word answers due to not wanting my time to be wasted, but the final straw was when they asked me which vehicle it was all for. I'm very fastidious when it comes to putting things like this into our system, so this information could not have been any clearer to someone who was actually bothered with doing their job and reading the orders and invoices. I calmed down and politely said that it was for vehicle XYZ and that it was in the order detail and on the invoice from the provider. I was berated and told, "You need to make sure that that is always in the order detail." It was. So today I decided to jump the gun when I got an email from our provider asking for an order number. This isn't actually part of my job description, but the provider knows that if they ask me directly, they'll get it faster because I'm not lazy. I knocked together an order, and instead of my usual attention to detail, I decided to make this crystal clear to everyone who was going to be seeing this downstream. Now, in giant letters on the order detail is a big ugly paragraph that says Vehicle XYZ. One coolant pipe for Vehicle XYZ. The dump truck. That is Vehicle XYZ. Vehicle XYZ is the registration of this dump truck. That is Vehicle XYZ that is on the invoice, Vehicle XYZ. One funny phone call from the provider asking about the weird paragraph, and I explained that there was some confusion over what vehicle the repairs were for last time. Even though it is in giant letters on the invoice in order, followed by a salty email from accounts asking if I'm taking the piss, to which I said, "Not at all. I just don't want there to be any more confusion between our orders and invoices. We are diligent professionals after all." Listen, if somebody's not doing their job adequately and it's kind of pathetic in a way, sometimes making fun of them blatantly like that is maybe the most effective way to make them realize that they need to step their job up. Very simple stuff that is blatantly on those invoices they just completely glance over because they can't even care to look at it. This next story is by Max, Fury Toad. This is private property, sir. A few pieces of scenario you need to keep in mind. I'm a student and I rent a shared old house with other students. The house has no garden, but there is a long paved space around, all walled. None of us can leave it since there was a second lockdown, so we have to stay in this space for daily activities. Second thing to know is that I recently picked up daily exercise since I recovered from Big C. I'm not infected anymore, and I'm lucky that there is a space good enough beside our house with a nice curb I can use to some things I couldn't otherwise. Third thing is that this part of the paved space, even though close to the house, is the opposite way from the street door, which means that most people only go there either to park their cars, there are always some on the opposite side, or because they live in the garage next door who shares the space. The garage isn't used for cars, and I guess it's reconditioned as a tiny flat instead. All houses around me are owned by the same landlady who lives somewhere close. Incident: I was doing squats there and minding my business when this older neighbor, who I don't know because I moved in September, parks in front of the space. He starts moving towards me, so I greet him, which he doesn't reciprocate. Instead, he just stares with the most proponent expression. "You know this is private property." I still don't know if he's another tenant or the husband of the landlady, so I supposed he might be right that I had no legalistic right to stand in the space nobody used to exercise. So I just answered that I was sorry and didn't know before picking my phone up and leaving. By this point, he'd already left towards the garage. This was unusual because this is a friendly little town, and I didn't think the person that used that space could care, or even less, prevent young people from exercising just because he didn't like to see it while getting out of the car. I'm very sure nobody inside the garage could know I was there, and much less be bothered. I was raised into helping out people, especially neighbors who you never know when you might need to help you, and to me, this is frankly a tick move in normal times and even worse during a lockdown. Maybe it also struck me as especially sucky-ish because I'm an anarchist and I absolutely cannot fathom why someone would do something as go out of his way just to be a tick and deprive people from using an empty space just because it's yours. Either because he also rents it, or he's married to the lady who owns tens of houses she just uses to get 80% of people's paycheck just for having inherited a paper. But rant finished, this is not the time to make revolutions. He had his chance to be a nice neighbor, and well, he blew it. Next week, I see him again and he's changing a tire that he obviously blew by clashing with the curb. I start exercising in the only available spot besides my door. Worst spot, but never mind. I see him struggle for a good 25 minutes with no avail before asking me if I could lend a hand. Now, I know how to do it and absolutely could help him. Even if I'm probably not physically stronger, he's on his 40s. I would absolutely help any other neighbor or passerby, but for this guy, I prefer to stand before his section of the pavement and tell him that I'm sorry, I cannot get there as that's private property. Guy then just packed up his crap and went inside to call a crane, and I finished my exercise. I kinda see a little bit of both sides, honestly. If it is their private property, they have every right to tell you that you can't be on their private property. But I can also understand if you're not abusing that land and you're just using it for simple exercise, that it's a major buzzkill and might be easily seen as kind of a jerk move to restrict you from being able to use that space, but it is their property. And our final story of the day is by My Name Here 90. Recycling bin has to be unusable? Okay. This one is short, and the comments on another post here reminded me of it. The city I live in provides you with one recycling bin for free. If you want an extra one, it's $10. If it breaks for any reason, they replace it for free. When I moved into my house, the old owners left the recycling bin. Both handles were broken, which made it near impossible to carry, so I took it to the dump to exchange it. When I got there, I was told it was still usable so they won't replace it, but I could buy a new one for $10. After a bit of polite arguing, I asked if there was any restrictions on how the bins break to have it replaced. They said no. If it breaks for any reason at all and is unusable, they would replace it. So I placed it on the floor and stomped on it a few times until it was in pieces. I then picked them up and put them on the counter and said, "Excuse me, my recycling bin broke and I'd like a replacement, please." They had no issues giving me a replacement. To be fair, if I was in the same situation, I probably would have done the exact same thing. Okay, maybe not the exact same thing. I probably would have taken the bin back maybe down the street or something and done it, not necessarily in blatant view, but the end result would have been roughly the same. Honestly, I'm impressed by the balls it took to do that. Homeowners Association doesn't care about my health, but how dare my flat look nonconformist. This happened 5 years ago. It's a long one but worth the read, or at least I think so. First, a bit about me. For the story's sake, you can call me Alex. I was a 29-year-old male at the time. I'm generally very friendly and accommodating and try to avoid confrontation where possible and always try to do things in a peaceful and patient manner. Now onto the backstory. I lived in a gated community comprised entirely of multiple blocks of small apartments. Every block of apartments looked exactly the same as the other blocks of apartments around it. They were a few floors high and I lived on the first floor. Clarification, I believe in America the first floor is the ground floor. Where I live, the ground floor is the ground floor, and the first floor is the one above the ground floor, or as Americans would call it, the second floor. So I lived one floor above the ground floor. The homeowners association / estate management were extremely strict about any infringements regarding things we weren't allowed to do and would issue fines very quickly if you were in breach of the rules and didn't rectify it. For example, you were allowed to have furniture on your patio, but you weren't allowed to have any decor on your patio. I imagined it was because they wanted uniformity in the appearance of the blocks of flats. Also, no loud noise or music was allowed after 10 p.m. I personally agreed with the no loud noise thing. It was quiet, a peaceful community that frankly was very well managed, which is something I enjoyed about it. I didn't agree so much about the no decor thing. As a photographer and artist, personal expression is important to me, but I figured as long as I kept it tasteful and stylish and mostly out of visible sight, they hopefully wouldn't have an issue with it. I'm a big fan of vintage motorbikes and had a few tasteful, or at least I thought they were tasteful, metal posters with classic bikes like Triumph Bonnevilles, Indian Scouts, BSAs, Nortons, Ducatis, etc. up on one of the walls of my patio. They were at such an angle that meant they weren't easily visible from the rest of the complex, so I didn't think it would be an issue. Somehow, it was still spotted by the estate manager. But more on this later. I also had a few pot plants on the ledge of my balcony. Clarification, plants in pots, not marijuana. Again, we'll get to that later. You need to know about it for the rest of the story. My downstairs neighbor also used to smoke in her back garden. The ground floors had small gardens and my balcony was directly above her garden. Her smoke would rise up and go through my open bedroom window or the large sliding door on my patio, which was usually open in the summer, and enter my flat. Since I don't smoke, this bothered me. The smell seeped into my furniture and bedding. Even my sleeping pillow smelled of smoke. I politely spoke to her in person about it and she apologized for the inconvenience, but never stopped doing it. She was actually a very friendly lady. She was never horrible. I suppose she was nice enough to be friendly, but not nice enough to stop doing it. So I decided to take it a step further and I emailed the manager of the gated community to ask if there was something that could be done. The following is the email transaction between myself and the manager, who I'll call Nicole. Good day. I stay in Unit 117 on the first floor, and my downstairs neighbor who lives on the ground floor, although being a very friendly old lady, has a nasty habit of smoking in her patio. My issue is that in the summer with the heat, I leave my bedroom window and sliding door open to keep my flat cool, and the fumes from her cigarettes are constantly rising up and entering my apartment. I'm not a smoker, so this bothers me. My flat smells as if a smoker lives there. Now my question is there any rule or law that says she can't smoke in her patio due to her smoke entering my flat? She knows her smoke bothers me and has apologized to me for it, but hasn't done anything about it. If she were only to smoke inside her flat or outside her front door, I'm sure the smoke wouldn't come into my flat nearly as much since I never have my front door open. Thanks in advance. Regards, Alex. She responded with, "Good morning, Alex. This is a very contentious issue as this is her home and there is no law at the moment stating you cannot smoke in your home. Regards, Nicole." I wasn't happy with that response, but I figured there was nothing more I could do about it and didn't want to bother making a bigger issue of it, so I just forgot about it and moved on until about a year later when estate management picked up on 2 infringements by me. At this point, Nicole had resigned and Stuart had replaced her. This is the email I got from Stuart. "Good day, I trust that you are well. Please could you remove the pots from the wall as per the attached photo, as this is dangerous should they be knocked off and fall onto someone's downstairs and in breach of the conduct rules. Furthermore, no items can be attached to the walls in the patio and you are requested to remove the pictures as per the photo, as this is aesthetically displeasing. Your assistance is appreciated. Kind regards, Stuart, Estate Manager." After that email, I was now a bit upset and determined to get my way in terms of my smoking downstairs neighbor. Cue my malicious compliance. Good day, Stuart. I'm very well. Thanks for asking. Absolutely, I will take the pictures down. Not a problem. We wouldn't want someone's vision to be irreparably damaged from the unsightly trauma that is my vintage bike picture collection. Though I must comment that I appreciate the very polite way my decor is described as aesthetically displeasing as opposed to what that actually means. Dang, that's ugly is probably a more colloquial translation. My feelings might have been hurt otherwise. I'm very relieved I didn't go into the profession of interior decorating, which a few people I know have said I should have done, since the sudden realization that my taste and style isn't what I once thought it was. It could have been a disaster career-wise. Alternatively, what if I were to replace the photos of the bikes with a nice family portrait of my parents? Granted, they aren't supermodels, but they are attractive to me. Though I may be biased in that opinion since I care for them, so I'm hoping they're not too ugly. Oops, I mean aesthetically displeasing. If that fails, maybe a reproduction of the Mona Lisa would be sufficient to meet your high standards. Tourists travel across the globe and wait in line for hours just to see it for a few minutes. Would that be allowed? I won't even charge fellow tenants for looking at it when they're walking past my balcony. Obviously, I'm being a little ridiculous, and I don't mean to give you a hard time. You're just doing your job and enforcing some of the ridiculous rules that management come up with, like the communist-level restriction on personal expression and the freedom of choice to decorate and style our own property in a manner that we like. God forbid we show some individuality. Now that I think about it, the endless rows of identical-looking Soviet-era housing structures do have a nice seizure-inducing repetitive nature about them. While we're on the subject of decor, how is it that the plastic patio furniture is still allowed? Yes, it is patio furniture, which complex rules say are allowed on patios, but darn, that is painful to look at. You know what I mean, right? That cheap white plastic stuff one buys at the furniture section of those large bulk buying stores? I find it very aesthetically displeasing. Oh, screw it. It's ugly. I don't like looking at it. It comes across as tacky. Can't they be scrapped as well? I'm going off topic again. The whole point of me bringing all this up is that a few months ago, I emailed asking about a complaint I had. The complaint was that the lady who lives directly downstairs from me regularly smokes in her garden. And me, being the lover of oxygen that I am, keep my windows and patio door open for fresh air. And her smoke is constantly wafting into my apartment. Me being a non-smoker, I get quite annoyed. I asked if anything could be done about this. I was told, it's her property and her patio, she can smoke on it if she wants to. I know that health legislation stipulates that smoking within a certain distance from a designated non-smoking area is illegal. If it's good enough for public spaces, shouldn't I have that same right in my own house? Granted, I don't have designated non-smoking area signs in my flat, but I'm not the only one who lives there, so I already know there's no smoking allowed. I made the rule. It would be silly to put them up inside. Should I put them up on my outside patio instead so others can see? Maybe they don't know I don't like cigarette smoke. Actually, wait, I already know the answer to that. They're aesthetically displeasing. Forget I mentioned it. So to recap, what really gripes me is that when my neighbor smokes so close to my flat that I can practically smell what brand of cigarettes she smokes, I'm told I can't do anything about it even though it might affect my health because it's her property and she can do what she likes on it. By that logic, she could host orgies on her lawn and I couldn't do anything about it so long as she kept the volume down after 10 p.m. But I can't put up pictures on my patio because some people might not like the way they look, even though it is also my property and would be nice if I could do it with as I wanted, provided it wasn't an eyesore. Since I take a lot of pride in my flat, I wouldn't call it an eyesore as I maintain it quite well, or at least I think so. If only a person's lungs and health were as important as other people's inability to mind their own business. So what I really want to know is there any way that my neighbor could possibly just smoke inside her flat, or at least outside the front of her flat if she insists on smoking outside where the smoke won't come into my place as easily? I would accept that too. I'm not a completely unreasonable guy. I find her smoke nasally displeasing. I normally wouldn't make such a big deal about it, but I'm starting to feel that what I'm subjected to versus what others have to be subjected to is a bit unfair. Sorry to put all this on you, Stuart. I understand it's totally not your fault. I'll still take the pictures and the pot plants down immediately. Your assistance is appreciated. Kind regards, Alex, Unit 117. I sent that reply after 6 p.m. and I did not expect him to respond until the next morning. But half an hour later, I got a reply. My email must have made an impact. Hi Alex, thank you for your email. I thoroughly enjoyed reading it. I do understand your frustration, and unfortunately this is the reality of staying in such built-up complexes. I will address the issue of the smoking with your neighbor and will revert to you. Thank you for your assistance and understanding. Kind regards, Stuart. To me, that sounded positive. So Stuart deserved a pat on the back. I sent a short reply. Thanks, Stuart. Much appreciated. You're a top-notch guy. By now, it was after 8 p.m., and I'm sure someone with a 9-to-5 desk job like Stuart should have been at home and clocked out, but he was still replying to me. Hi, Alex. I have confirmed that smoking is only allowed inside the unit or at least 5 meters from a public place, such as your balcony. I will confirm the neighbor's unit number in the morning, unless you can advise offhand, and will address her on the smoking issue. Kind regards, Stuart. I was over the moon. I ran downstairs to see what her unit number was and ran back upstairs to reply. Stuart, you've gone from being a top-notch guy to being a legend. Thanks so much. Her unit is 107. I was worried the outcome wouldn't be great and would have to accidentally bump into my pots while taking my pictures down while she was conveniently smoking in just the right position. It would be a tragic accident, of course. Cough, cough. Sorry, some smoke got into my lungs. Though that would be a lot of effort since I've already taken the plants and pictures down, and I would have to put them all back up again to make the story sound believable to the police because they would no doubt interrogate me on suspected murder with a pot plant. And that's frankly too much effort. Luckily, I don't have to resort to that. Thanks again, Stuart. Your hard work has kept me out of prison. It's late. You can email her in the morning, go home and have a beer, you've earned it. P.S. In all seriousness though, I'm totally kidding about the pot plant thing, and if the lady downstairs were to peg it in the near future, it would be completely coincidental and nothing to do with me, and I'd appreciate it if you forgot you ever spoke to me. This would be terrible evidence against me in court. I mean, I dislike smokers, but I wouldn't kill them. I'm not crazy. Regards, Alex. Sadly, that was the last I would hear from Stuart. Our correspondence stopped after that. I felt we had developed a bond and it ended as quickly as it had begun. I only lived in that estate for another 2 years and had no more issues with the downstairs neighbor or her cigarette smoke. I now live in the suburbs in a lovely house with my wife and have no downstairs neighbor to complain about and no Stuarts to tell me what I can and can't do. I will treasure our time together. I hope wherever he is, he has our email thread printed out and pinned on his office board above his desk and thinks of me fondly whenever he looks at it. You know, when I was going into the email chain, I didn't expect OP to go so hard on these emails. Also, I got a question or two. The first is, do you think OP's emails were too over the top? And also a very controversial question, is the very bottom floor, the beginning of a building, a ground floor or a first floor? Let me know in the comments down below. And please don't make it a bloodbath. And our final story of the day is by Critter JG. Sure, I'll load your car for you. This happened a few years ago now, but was reminded by a friend yesterday when we were talking how petty I can be in revenge. I was in the army and sent on a career promotion course in another part of the country. Our instructors were the same rank and we pretty much all knew each other. The instructor at the heart of the story wasn't necessarily a bad guy, but had been in the trainee/instructor environment too long and had really embraced the role despite being equal to us. The day before heading out for a field activity, we were doing our team preparation when he came strolling into the lecture room with coffee in hand and said he needed help loading a vehicle. No dramas, of course, and a group of us went outside to help. When we got outside, there was a bunch of stores to move and a vehicle at the top of a small rise. The thing was, though, that these were his personal items and stores for him as an instructor, not anything specific for the benefit of the wider good of the course. At this stage, still no dramas though, as it was admittedly quite a bit of stuff and he was a peer. Where I got completely livid was when he barked instructions at us, then turned on his heel and walked back into the building sipping his aforementioned coffee. All of us were taken aback, but I was truly incredulous and just stood there in disbelief for a good while. I came to when I realized everyone had started the work and the obligation of not letting everyone else down overruled my anger. I picked up a small trunk and as I walked to the car, had a stroke of malicious genius. Instead of heading to the back of the car, I went to the driver's side and loaded it up there. It was then two beautiful things happened. Firstly, the guys behind me who had been wondering what I was up to deviated without a word or missing a step to the front seat passenger side. Secondly, after we exhausted supplies to load into all of the passenger seats, the guys started offloading the stuff already in the trunk and cross-loaded it to the back seat. The instructor never mentioned anything afterwards, but we also weren't asked to load up their cars for the remaining activities. Well, I'm glad that nothing more came out of this. I hope that they realized that they were being a major jerk and trying to get their equals to do what amounted to be peon work or people that were just way underneath them. And even then, if it was people way underneath them, that's a pretty crappy way to treat them. I don't know if it just, normally works like that in a army environment, but just treating the people underneath you as a lug my stuff around squire type deal doesn't seem right to me. I could just be very ignorant, I don't know. No, you're not out, but I saw a paintball story on here earlier that made me realize my favorite paintball story might count as malicious compliance. So, important background. When they did their standard explaining the rules of the field, one of them was, you have to be hit by an intact paintball that breaks on you to be out. So, if a paintball glances off of you and doesn't break, you're not out. If a paintball hits something else besides you and you get hit by a splatter, you're not out. Pretty simple. The field we were playing on was largely open with a number of wooden barriers. One quadrant of it was sort of a loose hedge maze. It was very early in the season, and the hedges were just plain branches, no leaves or anything. Not that I know a thing about plants. I don't know what they'd look like or how thick they'd be at their best. One of the players on the other team had a semi-bright idea, and he managed to force his way inside one of the hedges, keeping him surrounded on all sides by it. Maybe 6 to 12 inches protected him from his front and back. He could see out more or less, and he shoved his gun through to stick out and tried to shoot us from there. I was holding a position at the top of a hill overlooking this, and I'd see our guys take a few shots at him, but the balls would break up without hitting him with a clean paintball break, as that above rule said. He'd shout out that they didn't count, naturally. He wasn't occupying a very important spot on the field, and he wasn't much of a threat, as the branches kept him from moving his gun around very efficiently. So the people I saw that failed to kill him just moved away to go find someone else. He was laughing his butt off at his own brilliance, gleefully shouting out to everyone that tried, "That doesn't count, that doesn't count." Then, the reason that I'm posting this, I had an idea. I got to the closest cover near him, a waist-high wooden barricade, and had no real trouble keeping safe while taking my own shots at him. As I mentioned, his gun being jammed inside the hedge kept him from having any real ability to aim whatsoever. So, since I could take my time, I methodically put maybe 40 to 50 rounds aimed directly for his mask. Now, depending on the exact design of a paintball mask, if you take an unlucky hit on the breathing vents, you might end up tasting a hint of paint. If you take dozens and dozens of hits that are bursting inches before those vents, I just kept firing, yelling at him, "These don't count, you're still in, these don't count," until he forced his way out, gun high in the air, which is the sign for, "Don't shoot me, I'm out." Took his mask off long before getting off the field, which is generally not something you do before you're totally off the field, and spit out paint the whole way off, with the bottom half of his face completely soaked. I very much complied with the rules and agreed with him the whole way through. None of my shots counted. He just chose to quit of his own free will. That's some top tier strategy. If I ever went paintballing, I'd want OP on my team. Have you guys ever went paintballing, or would you want to go paintballing? Let me know in the comments down below. This next story is by Alg888, another paintball malicious compliance. I've really liked reading the paintball stories here, so I decided to share one of mine. First thing to note is this took place in a paintball tournament where everyone involved, including the referees, is a skilled to very skilled player. So this is a 5-man tournament and my team is winning. We are nearing the end of the game and only have to take out one last guy, although I wasn't sure if it was only one at the time, and hang the flag to max out on points for this round. Each guy was worth 5 points, the flag was worth 80. So we are running out of time, and I have this one guy ahead of me and he is behind a bunker. I take a few shots to pin him down and immediately go for my run on his position. It worked beautifully. I ran past and shot him a couple of times. He yelled, "Hit," and so I stopped shooting and ran past and onto my next bunker. Everything is golden and I'm pretty sure we can hang the flag, but then the referee jumps in. The ref mustn't have heard the player call "hit" because he runs in to do a paint check on the guy. During a paint check, if the ref calls it, nobody is allowed to shoot at the player or move forward. I told the ref about the player calling "hit," but the player didn't back me up. Okay, whatever, but I am a little worried about running out of time. Now, the ref checks the guy and finds out that the shots did bounce, so the player is still in. I am okay with this because he is the ref and it is his call. I will just duke it out with the player again. But this isn't good enough with the ref. He wants me to go back to where I started because of the no moving up rule. He wouldn't listen to the fact that I shot the player while I was already past him. Now, I'm really worried about time at this point, so I quickly go back to my spot, and instead of trying a different tactic as soon as he called "game on," I recreated my run exactly. Figured the player would not expect it, and instead of just a couple of shots, I kind of made a puddle on the player's head, and yelled at the ref as I went by, "Is he gone now?" As I said in the setup, this was an experienced player at my level, and he didn't even get mad about it. We are used to getting lit up and kinda brag about it. Referee wants me to restart, so I repeat. Now, I'm kind of referencing first-person shooter type games, but one of the most effective things that works for me is always try to do the unexpected and stay one step ahead of the opponent. If they don't know what you're doing, and you have an idea of what you are doing, then they're usually at a disadvantage as long as you can capitalize on that. Our next story is by XYellowSnowX. Boss got pissed at me for being proactive after he told me to be more proactive. Oh hi, first time posting here. So before I became an engineer, I decided to work an IT job in uptown Manhattan. My boss was a jerk. He wouldn't give me orientation on day 1 and expected me to go to X department or the server room, which was armed with a passcode and lock, which of course I wasn't given the pin to. Didn't introduce himself on day 1, crap like that. He basically withheld crap tons of information from me that I would need at a later date. He would also complain about me not doing much when I would complete all the tickets I possibly can. Keep in mind, he also wouldn't show me anything about the ticket system for 2 weeks. The few tickets I couldn't complete were due to my boss withholding prerequisite information required to complete the task, either by brushing me off or outright refusing to give me the information, or even telling me not to worry about it. Well, when I cleared all my tickets and there was downtime, I would generally read up on tech-related articles, /guides, /wikis during downtime, either at my desk or my phone, which we are encouraged to because most IT help desk jobs have waves of downtime, and this was expected of me. I was called to my boss's desk one day and was told that I'm not performing well at my job. Yes, despite me clearing all the tickets I possibly could without the info he was withholding. He said, unless I want to get fired, I need to be more proactive. Coming from the same guy who refuses to give me any information in a company whose system I'm unfamiliar with. So the next day, I get a new ticket come in, and it dealt with FileMaker stuff. Long story short, after a chat with the nice lady who filed the ticket, I found out she was using FileMaker from 2006. The ticket was urgent, by the way, so it needed to be completed ASAP according to her. So I naturally looked for my boss and I mentioned the issue, and I was told to figure it out because he was busy needing to go to another part of the building. The CTO, his boss, was nearby though, so I decided to be proactive and ask him for help in what to do in this situation with the nice lady's issue, which needed to be dealt with immediately. When I mentioned the issue of the FileMaker program being from 2006, his eyes lit off in shock as he told me the FileMaker server they use is from 2016. It was my boss's main functions to keep stuff up to date, and FileMaker client was 10 years past due on this lady's work computer. So my boss hasn't upgraded the client version of the program when the server version is about 10 years apart. The CTO says, "Call the woman up immediately and tell her to do X, Y, and Z." I respond by saying, "I'm already 10 steps ahead of you. I already instructed her to do X, Y, and Z, and I just needed to ask you a few questions on how the systems in the company work." I felt pretty good that day as I solved a 10-year-old issue. Another day's work, right? You'd think I'd be praised for identifying and nearly solving a major issue, right? You'd be wrong. My boss, before the end of that day, asked me to not go to the CTO for help with any issues like that. My response, "I'm sorry, I was just being proactive like you were telling me." This felt so good saying. This happened when my boss was called in to speak with the CTO one-on-one. So I know he got called out for not doing his job, updating certain programs in the building, and not answering me when I asked for his help. I didn't tell the CTO that my boss was being cantankerous when I asked for info regarding how the company handles things, but I did tell him the issue knowing darn well that my boss, who was witching at me for not doing my job, hasn't done his in the past decade. After that incident, I quit my job like 2 days later for a stack of reasons, and it felt pretty good leaving that crap hole. Addendum. Oh, also, they didn't pay me on time. For over a month. There was a reason I left abruptly. Yeah, if I saw that my boss wasn't doing his job for a decade and they weren't paying me properly, I'd want to get out of there too. I bet the CTO, after finding out that OP quit, probably wanted to tear a new one into the boss. This next story is by Rarasaurus Rextolini. You want to go home? Okay, I'll get right on that. I used to work for an assisted living facility in my hometown, and facilities like these are notorious for overworking staff / lack of people. I had worked in our memory care unit and finally got 3 days off after working 28 days straight, half of my shifts at 16 hours long, the rest at 10 to 12 hours. Mind you, I was only scheduled for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. I was resting in bed at home when I get a frantic call from my boss, 60-year-old female, on my second day off, saying that our entire evening shift staff quit, 4 people, and it would be me and a new trainee watching our 19 residents. Mind you, I would be passing medications, bathing, assisting with dinner, and training someone on their first day. So practically doing all of this on my own with no breaks. I told my boss I was really not feeling well and this is my second day off in a row after working nearly a month straight. I did not want to do it. She begged and I finally acquiesced, but on the promise she stayed to work the rest of the shift too, so I wouldn't be the only one doing the work of 4 people. She quickly agreed and I got ready and headed in. I didn't want my residents to suffer, and they surely would have if it was just my boss. She was insufferable and cruel. About 2 hours into this shift, I overheard the new hire tell our boss that she is missing her daughter's recital and would really like to have been there. And my boss suggested she leaves after I pass my dinner meds and dinner is fed to our residents. The new hire quickly agreed. I was pissed because we were about an hour out from dinner and none of the caregiving duties were fulfilled, as I was still working on a pass that wasn't completed by the previous shift. Well, time passed and sure enough, the new hire left, while none of the important caretaking outside of medications and dinner were done. My boss was of little to no help and didn't have an endorsement from our nurse to pass medications. Come 8 p.m. and I am in full swing of running between rooms to assist residents with all needs before bedtime while simultaneously giving their meds. Made it easier on me to get it done room by room. My boss, who had been sitting down the entire time, pipes up and says, "I'm tired. Am I going to be able to leave soon?" I reminded her the only reason I came in was on the premise I wouldn't work alone. She kept pressing me and I finally snapped at her and said, "I worked 28 days, have had 1 day of rest, and have been left by myself on a shift more times than I can count on both hands. I want to go home too. Heck, I could have been home. I came in to take care of my people because nobody else will. But that wasn't enough.
I understand that, OP, but I've been here since 9 this morning. That's 12 hours, she quips.
At this point, I was done. So I finally looked at her and said, if you can let me finish my med pass, I will let you leave.
How long?
I still have 6 rooms to finish.
Okay.
I took up the entire rest of the night before the next shift came in, going as I had been before she piped in. Heck, I even got my showers in. She was sitting down still, not saying a word as I moseyed along, giving my residents their medicines, brushing their teeth, and finishing up new briefs and bedclothes. She didn't say a word. I texted my resignation to the head administrator and reported the facility to the authorities the next day. Now, I don't know how big the market is to get new people in to take care of these residents whenever you're on short supply, but I think it's safe to say that we can all agree that this is an absolutely poor example of taking care of residents. And it's definitely not OP's fault. They were holding that place up by themselves. So I'm glad OP reported them to the authorities. This next story is by Wolfgang Volos. My dog ate my homework. No, really, he did. When I was in the 3rd grade, my bloodhound sniffed out the popcorn balls and candy in my backpack from a school Halloween event. He ate that along with my homework from my class. I copied the questions at the end of the chapter and answered all 10 of them. Homework was usually just a printout of about 3 to 5 of these questions. I tried turning in my handwritten homework substitute, but my teacher was having none of it. She said I should have just done the homework she assigned. I tried explaining that my dog ate it, but she cut me off by saying she wasn't going to believe that story. I insisted I was telling the truth and got punished for it. After sitting in the corner for the majority of class, I was feeling pretty angry about the whole situation. I asked my teacher what I could possibly do to prove I was telling the truth, even offering to have my parents on the phone to back up my story. She said she would need some solid evidence before she would believe me. Cue malicious compliance. I went home that Friday and followed my dog around with a Ziploc bag. Once I got what I needed, I hid it in the large freezer on the porch until Monday. As soon as I entered class, I placed the solid evidence on my teacher's desk. She freaked the heck out. I was cursed at, dragged physically by my arm and backpack to the principal's office, and threatened with everything from suspension to legal action. I pointed out that my evidence had chunks of paper throughout it, including large enough chunks to make out that it had been printer paper with words on it. My principal listened to both of us to get caught up to what had happened. I was pardoned for any perceived wrongdoing, whereas my teacher was missing from class for the next week with a substitute trying his best to wrangle us kids. My parents threatened legal action against the teacher in the interim, and while I'm not sure if they pressed charges, she wasn't at my school by the time Thanksgiving rolled around. Maybe next time, just give the kid who hand-wrote double the homework questions full credit, or call the parents first? To be fair, if I was a teacher and a kid came in and said, I had candy and popcorn balls in my backpack and my dog got into it and it tore up my homework, I might be gullible or I might be a little too forgiving, but I would kind of believe them, especially if they were insistent that their parents would back them up. And then they went and did double the homework questions by hand to try and make up for it. They're a 3rd grader, how can you feel bad about that? They did extra work just to try and make up for it. And our final story of the day is by 8-Byte Melon. Pull me out of the shower, stark naked to belittle me? Okay, but it's gotta be in front of everyone. So my stepdad has always been a very nitpicky person. He has the eyes of a hawk, jumping at every misplaced spoon or crumb as an opportunity to call me downstairs and go on a diatribe about cleanliness and picking things up after myself. If I don't show up, that makes it worse, as I would have to sit tight for 20 minutes as he rants and raves about respect. My brother relishes the opportunity to witness stepdad chewing me out, happily conveying the court summons upstairs with a big smirk on his face. I wanted to teach both of them a lesson about being petty and waited for my chance. One day, we had guests over that were staying pretty late. After eating dinner, I went up to quickly shower so I could enjoy the evening activities without having to take up the bathroom later. I must have left a spoon or plate sitting outside its place because, as per usual, my stepdad asks for me to come down. My brother jumps at the opportunity to watch me suffer, shooting upstairs and hauling me out of the shower cold and dripping, rubbing in my face that I have to come down. So I complied. Sopping wet and with soap suds sliding down my bare body, I made my way downstairs in ripping nudity. My stepdad and brother were there, the smug expressions wiped off their faces as I went on full display in front of everyone. I told them I was hassled down here and that it was urgent, asking what was the matter. My stepdad stammered that I had left a spoon on the table as the guests stared at him and me in utter shock. They didn't stay much longer. After that embarrassment, my stepdad and brother magically stopped hassling me. I guess learning to live and let live. I didn't get any more urgent calls from downstairs. The top comment on this post says, "Too many people confuse respect with submission," and I absolutely agree with that. Growing up, I had a father who always preached, "You need to respect me more, you need to stop having such an attitude," which basically only came up when you didn't blindly and mindlessly do absolutely everything that they wanted to the degree that they wanted you to do it. It wasn't really ever anything about respect, it was just, submit to me and my will and do what I want you to do. And I really don't think it's good for kids to have to experience that growing up. Want the secret to my rapid weight loss? Gonna preface this with the fact that I have anorexia, so read at your discretion if it can be potentially upsetting. One day, as I was hanging around in my school's biology labs talking to professors, my academic advisor walked in. I had just started treatment because I lost upwards of 20 pounds in 2 months and needed to get back on the wagon to stay in school. Since my advisor had walked in on the conversation, I was hoping to segue into bringing her aside to talk about extensions. Nope. She came into the conversation with, "Wow, I wish I could lose weight like that." She rattled on about her unsuccessful dieting and her lack of willpower not like mine. How could I do it? I lost it internally. Mind you, she was fully aware of my issues because I had taken medical absences and have had to maneuver classes around treatment. Never stopped her from telling me whenever I ate French fries that I don't eat real food. Here's where the malicious compliance comes in. In jest, I said, "Do you want tips?" She obviously jumped on that. Of course she'd love tips. The next day, I sent an email with every single detail of behavior usage, how to restrict, how to vomit, lying to your friends and therapists, how to run a 5K after not eating for days, etc. It got graphic too, with how to deal with vomiting blood, passing out in public, acid erosion on your teeth, and having your hair fall out. She didn't respond to that email, but she stopped talking about dieting in front of me for the rest of my time in college. First off, my condolences to OP for having to experience the situation, and I wish them the best in their recovery and continued recovery. But I also want to ask you guys a simple question. Was what OP did here a little too over the top? Should they maybe have handled it in a little bit more graceful way with probably less detail? Or was the academic advisor asking for it with the way they were acting cluelessly? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Our next story is by Dan31BZ6, "Do your job and nothing else." You got it. I work for a company that handles security at venues. The venues range from small gatherings to sporting events. I can't go into specifics, sorry to be that OP, about what I do, just that my partner and I check everything going in the venue. I really enjoy my interaction with the public and take pride in knowing my locations and directions to get to places within and around them. Get to work 1 a.m. and start working. Checking everything going in. At this location, there were statues that visitors would go around and take pictures at. This AM, I checked everything going in, helping people as they needed. Soon, I get a text from my boss, not on site, "Call me ASAP." Okay, finished my current check and gave him a call. I'll spare you the long call and was told by my boss that I was doing more than what was asked and to just do my job or I'd be asked to leave. To clarify, my boss on the phone was reading an email and that was the venue boss's words, not his. My boss said to just do what he says and he will take it up with him later. Okay. Cue malicious compliance. Now venue boss is hovering around me, watching. This is also the time people start to show up for the event. I have a badge that identifies me as a worker there. "Sir, how do I get to the bathroom?" "I'm sorry, sir. You will have to ask venue boss." Points to him. "You work here, don't you?" "Yes, sir." "Can't you help?" I'm sorry, I have to just do the security thing. Partner and I walk away. This went on for the entire venue. 4 hours of me directing any question to him and only him. So much so that another venue assistant boss came over, laughing. He knew what I was doing and apologized to me on his behalf. Couldn't do it himself, he was busy. I kept it up the next 2 work days. I feel like as a boss, if somebody is doing extra work and not falling behind on any of their actual duties, it's not really a thing you should be complaining about, right? It's like only just an added perk, right? I don't really see what this venue boss was seeing. Our next story is by Azurko. My numbers aren't good enough for you? Okay then. Some light malicious compliance for everyone today. Many moons ago, I worked at a well-known and hated video game company where employees were required to get reservations and subscriptions on top of regular sales. Due to many factors, I was bouncing between a strip mall location and one that was in an actual mall. This takes place inside the mall location. Cast: me, Lord of Video Games and all things geeky; Dickie, store manager and all-around good guy; George, assistant manager and new to the job, been there around 4 months; and Bill, the district manager. I had been at the mall store for roughly 2 weeks when biannual inventory was scheduled. After the store had closed, the 4 of us began working counting everything. Everything went smoothly and around midnight we were done, so I started to clock out to go home. Had to open the strip mall location at 9 a.m. George had decided he was going to take that opportunity to impress Bill by telling me that he had been reviewing the numbers and that my sub/reservation ratio was unacceptable. I turned from the door, looked at Dickie, then to George and muttered, "Okay, George, have a good night." The next day, I arrived at 5 p.m. to the mall and Dickie had posted a contest. Whomever got the most subscriptions/reservations in the following week would win a new PS2. Said it was many moons ago. George, being the great guy he was, told me that I'd have to seriously bust out if I had any hope to even come close to his numbers. Okay, George, was my only response and my cue for malicious compliance. Over the course of the next week, I went gangbusters on pretty much every customer. Like that series, the sequel comes out in 2 months with a pre-order bonus. Spending $100 on used games? This subscription will save you 10%, making it basically free today. Finally, Monday rolls around and we have a store meeting after closing. George was standing next to Dickie looking very smug, assuming he'd win the system. Dickie began by saying we had a record-breaking week for subscriptions/reservations across the district and started saying everyone's numbers out loud. Everyone else had between 10 to 15 combined, and Dickie announced George's total of 30. The staff gave him a round of applause, thinking he'd won the system. The look on his face when Dickie announced my numbers will always be a treasured memory for me. And now for the winner's numbers. At 50 subs and 49 reservations, the winner of the PS2 is OP. At this point, George needed a crane lift to get his jaw off the floor. Everyone applauded again and the meeting broke up. Dickie and George came over to me and George began saying I cheated somehow and that there was no way I could have gotten that many. Before Dickie could say anything, I pulled a sheet of paper out of my back pocket and handed it to Dickie. You would have thought I handed him the best joke in the world with how hard he was laughing. George demanded to know why he was laughing so hard, so Dickie handed him the paper as I began to explain. This is the printout from the other location I work at, showing my 60 subs and 55 reservations over there. In total, I've worked open to close 7 days this week between both stores. Dickie, do I get the system tonight or should I swing back and pick it up another day? I ended up winning a lunch with Dickie and Bill on top of the system to discuss becoming a manager in the near future. I love that system and smile each time I pop in Fatal Frame for a quick round of scares. Don't recklessly motivate a very good salesman. That said, at the time winning a brand new PS2, that was a great prize. The PS2 is and was and will forever be a top tier console. This next story is by Mugadu. I need a letter to poop. I worked at a call center and was told my time in the bathroom was a bit high. You were allowed 7 minutes a day and I had about 10 minutes a day while on company time. I had started new medication and a side effect was going to the bathroom. I was pulled into an HR meeting saying I need a letter to continue to use the bathroom, otherwise I would be written up for excessive use. I said company policy states if they request a letter, they pay for it, but I was told in the meeting that no, they would not pay for it. Gave me BS about since they're doing me a favor, I have to pay for it. It's $20, so I paid, however this gave me free reign of usage. So now I slowly upped my time in the bathroom. My friend in reporting was shocked of the amount of time I spent in the bathroom. If they only would have paid for the letter, they could have been avoided. So now, I was paid to poop and they couldn't do poop about it. Honestly, like 10 minutes a day, I don't think that's excessive, is it? Especially if HR pulled them aside and OP were to say that they started a new medication and that's why they're spending 3 more minutes a day total in the bathroom. It should be something that should just be able to be overlooked. It shouldn't be, oh, well, you need a special letter because you have a medical condition that makes you spend 3 more minutes a day in the bathroom. But I guess it is how it is. This next story is by wont feet on Facebook. A couple of years ago, my wife's mostly suburban granola mom's Facebook friends were involved in a trend posting 7 black and white photos, 7 days, no explanation. It all started feeling pretentious after a while, so being the malicious compliance jerk I am, I posted 7 black and white pics of my foot. Whenever someone would comment, ew, gross, why, etc., I'd reply with the prompt, 7 black and white photos, 7 days, no explanations. Some people are really bothered by feet. There's definitely a good subset of people that absolutely hate seeing feet. But now that I think about it, there's a subset of people that really like. Okay, never mind. Moving on. This next story is by Buttercup23NZ. You want me up, dear children? You got it. Every school morning, I get up and get my children sorted for school, as is standard. But on Saturday, I sleep in while my children watch TV. They are old enough to do this unsupervised, and I'm normally awake and reading in bed. And after about an hour, they start coming in and asking for me to get up. So this morning, I get up. I'm shattered after a busy week, and my kids know that but ask nonetheless. I drag myself out of bed, walk to the living room, and turn off the TV. See, my kids don't actually want me, their mother, when they get me up on Saturday mornings. They just want the password for the laptop so they can watch something on Disney Plus when the shows on TV get boring. But today, they got me. I entered the room like a ray of sunshine, turned off the TV, then excitedly exclaiming we're having pancakes and we're making them together. Then we're having a doing day, not a watching day. Yay! They want me, they have me. Every moment of the day. Yay! Monday is a public holiday. I can lie in then, and the kids can watch TV then. And think twice about asking me to get up just to turn on their shows. I mean, it doesn't sound like a bad day. I'm not sure what a doing day is exactly, so maybe it's not something that you want to look forward to, but making pancakes together, what's wrong with that? That sounds like a good time to me. If anything, that would probably make me want to wake my mom up more to spend more time with them making pancakes in the morning. Our next story is by Imaginary Moose. Get me some water. Years ago, my roommate's, let's call him Pete, girlfriend's little brother, let's call him John, would tag along to when his sister was hanging out with my roommate at the apartment. Yeah, it was weird, but let's ignore why he was there for this story. He was there so often that he got comfortable going and getting things out of the kitchen for himself. Little snacks, glasses of water/soda, etc. I confess that I didn't tolerate him all that well. One night, all the roommates were home, we all had friends over, it was a full house. We decided to watch a movie. Halfway through the movie, John starts complaining about being thirsty and then asks, "OP, can you get me a glass of water?" I look over annoyed and snapped, "John, you know where the cups are, you know where the kitchen is, go get your own water." You would think this would be the end of it and he would just done it himself. No, he was determined to have someone wait on him. Turning to my roommate, he asked again, "Pete, can you get me a glass of water?" Pete stood up, said sure, and walked into the kitchen. I called after him and said to make the guy get his own water. Pete called back that it was okay and he didn't mind doing it. He returned a moment late and set a glass of water on the coffee table next to John. John went to take a drink, yelped, and turned to glare at Pete and in a very nasty tone said, "I didn't ask for hot water." Pete calmly looked over and said, "You didn't ask for cold water either. You heard what OP said. Get your own water next time." Nothing like a little hazing on the younger kids to make them realize that, hey, don't be lazy, go and get yourself your own water. It really doesn't take that long and it's not a hard thing to do. So quickly now, I want to explain just how to enter the giveaway. All you need to do is leave a comment on this video relevant to something you saw or heard or liked in any story in that video. That's it, you're entered. But it applies to every single video we upload this week. So to get the best odds at winning the $30 Amazon gift card giveaway, you'll want to leave a comment relating to any of those videos all week long. On Sunday, after the last video has gone out, I'll pick one comment at random and let you know on the following Monday who has won, and then it starts all over again. So make sure you leave a relevant comment on this video and additionally every video I upload this week for the absolute best chance to win. And while you're at it, why don't you go ahead and give the videos a like too, because it helps more than you could imagine. And our final story of the day is by AITA Daddy's Girl, cross-posted by Life Before Death 97. I think this is probably the most expensive malicious compliance I've ever heard. Me, 36F, and my twin sister Amanda, 36F, were the stereotypical daddy's girl. We were very attached to our dad. He was a super dad, the most present dad possible without being controlling or annoying. Dad's family came from old money. He is filthy rich, close to billions. Growing up, he spoiled me, Amanda, and my two other brothers a lot. We came from a very privileged family. One thing about my dad is that he really loves weddings. He is a bit of a romantic and very traditional in that sense. And growing up, we always remember him saying that he couldn't wait for the day to walk down his little princesses down the aisle. It was a pretty huge thing for him. When my older brother, 41-year-old male, got married on his 1-year anniversary in 2011, Dad gave him a house as a wedding anniversary gift. It was a pretty huge and expensive house, close to $3 million, and started a tradition in our family. My younger brother got the same thing. When I got married in 2018, my dad was really thrilled about the whole thing. He gave me a blank check for the ceremony. My brothers got the same deal, and it was beautiful. He walked me down the aisle and was really emotional about it. One of the few times I saw him cry. I received a house in my first wedding anniversary. When Amy got engaged, Dad was really excited too. 1 week before the wedding, Amy drops the bomb. She was going to walk down the aisle alone. Dad was really sad with this whole thing, but she said that she wasn't anyone's property to be given away. That she was an independent, grown-butt woman. True, she is more independent than I will ever be, saying that this is a misogynistic tradition that she wouldn't want to participate in. Despite Dad begging her, she didn't kneel. Dad paid for the whole wedding. She offered him the traditional father-daughter dance, but he refused. His logic was that, if you don't want me to act like your father in a traditional way, I won't. Skip to 1 year after the wedding, Dad didn't give Amy anything. When she confronted him about it, he gave her a receipt for a donation of $3 million to the National Women's Law Center. Amy is a lawyer. In her name. She tried to argue but couldn't really say anything. When my and my other brother's kids were born, Dad started a college fund for each one of them. It's supposed to achieve $2 million when they reach 18. Last week, Amy discovered about the funds and asked Dad about it. She has 3 kids, 7 female, 5 female, 2 female. Apparently, Dad has been giving the money that was supposed to go to her daughters to the National Women's Law Center to help other independent grown-butt women like her. Amy is furious at our dad, and they currently are not speaking right now. She asked us, me and our other brothers, to share our kids' college fund with her kids because Dad is a mean runt and is punishing her kids. We refused because it's not like our kids are getting the money that was supposed to go to her kids. She is giving us the silent treatment since then. Well, this actually gave me an excuse to read a Am I the A-hole here story. And this is definitely a very good one to give your opinions on, so let me know in the comments down below who you think is in the wrong here, or are they both in the wrong? I think it's absolutely great that the sisters stood for what they believed in. That said, I'm sure the dad all their lives have spoiled them, and I don't think the dad was ever trying to put them down or disrespect their independence. They just really love the idea of walking their daughters down the aisle. They wanted to have a few key experiences in their life with their children. So I really see points from both sides, but in the end, it is the dad's money. I'm sure he did raise her spoiled very well. She's not actually entitled to him spending anything on her or her kids specifically, and is still spending millions of dollars supporting a cause that lies directly in line with her interests. I'd really love to hear your guys' takes on this. Let me know in the comments down below. Want the whole bottle? You'll get the whole bottle. So this story was from about 8 years ago, so my memory may be a little hazy. So I was 18, male, and working a bar in this town center somewhere in the UK. We're based between two of the grimiest pubs and the clubs in there, so we got a lot of dodgy, rude, and drunk patrons on a regular occurrence. One night at around 12 a.m., this group of guys comes in wearing suits, and I immediately can tell they're pretty drunk and obnoxious. They come to the bar, which was about 2 to 3 deep, around 20 to 30 people waiting ahead of them. They start loudly asking for service, even though there's people patiently waiting in front of them. Me and my team just roll our eyes and get back to serving people. I get around to serving them and they all shout, "Finally, some freaking service, what took you so long?" I just ignored that comment and asked what they wanted. Then they started talking amongst themselves like they didn't have enough time to work this out while waiting. The ringleader proclaimed that they're going big tonight, so they want a bottle of Grey Goose vodka. I said, "I can only see you a maximum of a double in any one drink. If you want to make it stronger, go for it." He ignores the most of what I said and just says, "Didn't you hear me? 1 bottle of Grey Goose." We can't sell the bottles of spirits under any circumstances. I call the manager up in the back and explain the situation. He says exactly what I've already told the customer, so we agreed that if explained one more time about how I had to give them the drink and he just said 1 bottle again, I'd do it. What ringleader didn't realize is that I have to put the whole bottle through as doubles, which was about $8.50 per double without any mixers. So this bottle ended up costing him 170 quid before any mixers, when it's only 35 quid in the local supermarket. He throws his hands up in the air saying I've ripped him off and he's not going to pay that. Why didn't I say anything sooner, etc., etc. I said that I did, and he just fobs me off and goes to walk out. Little does he know I've already asked the bouncers to keep him in the building till he's paid up. His mates laugh at him as he goes white as a sheet, realizing he's just spent a lot of money. His friends give him a little bit of money to help pay up. Ringleader then spends the night sulking with his 170 quid bottle of 30 quid vodka. Have you guys ever made a regretful purchase in a bar or club type scenario? Let me know in the comments down below. And our next story is by Algie888, The Referee's Compliance. Okay, one more paintball malicious compliance that I watched a referee take part in. Quick info in paintball: if you call for a paint check on yourself, you can't keep playing, in case you had been hit, until the referee calls you clean. And if the referee calls a paint check on you, nobody can shoot at you or move up on you. Back in my tournament days, there was this one team that had a bit of a reputation for, if not breaking the rules, then bending them beyond recognition. Their captain, who we will call Stompin' Tom, was a little intense. He also had a tendency to use the paint check rule to stall a game. Nobody moves up while his team could regroup. So our team of 5 was up against their team of 5, and to be honest, their team was the favorite. They were serious while we played for fun. The game starts off fine and we get a lucky break and we take out one of their guys early. This rattles Stompin' Tom as he expected a cakewalk. I was the one shooting at him and I know I am not even close when he calls a paint check. Just as the referee starts to go over and check him, I hear our captain yell our team name. Yeehaw! Now for this tournament, we had practiced a crazy new tactic. If anyone on our team at any time yells our team name, we all just get up and run directly at the enemy. I told you we played for fun, so we do. I get up and run right past Stompin' Tom. I don't have to worry about him as he's called for the check and can't shoot me, so I shoot the guy behind him who has no idea why 5 guys are running towards him screaming. I hear Stompin' Tom sputtering behind me yelling how this isn't fair as my teammate grabbed the flag. We had now shot all of his team, and he wanted to have them all back and us moved back to before he called for the check. The referee laughed and reminded Stompin' Tom that he had called the check, not the referee, but that since he was clean, he could play on now. Stompin' Tom looked at all 5 of us all around him and, well, stomped off. We got the points for him as well. Stompin' Tom's tactics got stomped into the dirt. It must have felt so good to just totally dismantle this guy's foolproof tactics. See you later, Stompin' Tom. Our next story is by True Norse 98, My Very Annoying Alarm Clock Habits. First off, this story is now almost 4 years old. When I first joined the military, I had a roommate, who we will call Rodney for this story. Rodney was the definition of Jesus freak, and normally I avoid religious topics, but Rodney would sit and lecture me every single night about how I would discover the error in my ways and so on, often until late at night. In the mornings, I was required to be up at 5 a.m. while he would sleep until 8 or 9, and every morning, he complained bitterly that my alarm would wake him up, and I dealt with the situation nightly for 2 or 3 months until he finally demanded that I wake up with a different alarm sound so he could sleep in. Worth noting that mine was a standard alarm sound and not something crazy. At this point, I flat out hate the guy, and so I did change my alarm. But he had never specified what he wanted to hear every morning, so I decided to pick one of my favorite songs. A soothing little number called Disciple by a band you may have heard of, Slayer. Every day for a month, my roommate and I would be the victims of a mini heart attack when Tom Araya would be screaming through my phone. Eventually, because of complaints on both sides, the situation had eased, and shortly after, I ended up with new roommates. But I'll never forget the warm feeling I would get when he would be weeping into his pillow at the bitter hell his tender ears endured at my hand. I think it's completely fine and normal for people to want to spread their religion, or share their religion and why they like it. But at the same time, you need to be able to read the room and realize if somebody is not interested, pounding it into their ears is not going to make them want it even more, or change their mind. If they don't want it, pray for them, hope for them, but don't shove stuff down people's throats, nobody likes that. This next story is by ALH Bundy. First Boss Weasel Incident. I recently posted about my ex-boss, so I thought I'd post one that wasn't as bad as losing my job, but entertaining to me. As previously stated, I worked as a mainframe computer operator in the 80s to 90s and worked nights. As lead, part of my job was maintaining the schedule and contacting the appropriate people if a job didn't end properly. Well, one fine night at around 3:30 a.m., a key job ended and the next job did not start up. I didn't realize this right away because an error message did not highlight on the monitor. I scrolled up the screen, found an error message, logged it in the book, and called the appropriate contact. That, of course, was just thrilled to hear from me. When the daily log printed out, I highlighted the job and pointed out the error code, and then wrote it in the turnover book for the day shift. When I came in the next night, the second shift lead informed me that Boss Weasel wants us to stay until 10 a.m. to find out why I called the contact for no reason. At the time, I didn't know how much of a weasel he was, but no one trusted him. I told the guys I worked with that I would handle it and just don't say anything because I was going to have some fun. They agreed because they knew what happened and that Boss Weasel was just trying to look important. So our shift ended at 7:30 and we went to the cafeteria and hung out until meeting time. We walk in and there is Boss Weasel in his full weaselness, his boss Cool Boss, and some other tech people with ticked off faces. Boss Weasel then went on about how there was no error, I screwed up, there would be penalties for it, etc, etc, etc. I replied that there was an error code and I looked at Cool Boss and reminded him of policy to alert the contact if any error happened and the next job did not automatically start. He said that was correct. I asked Boss Weasel for a printout of all screen messages and made a big show of not being able to find it. I then said that I had to get something from the computer room and went to get it so I could control my laughter. I got the logbook and turnover book, opened it to that date's page, reopened the printout to the exact time with all highlights and said, "Here it is, Boss Weasel." His fur dropped as he realized that our butts were covered in silk and he was about to get his kicked. Cool Boss was pissed. He looked at Boss Weasel and asked him, "Did you look at the logbook, turnover log, or the printout with the pretty lime green highlighter?" Cool Boss said we could go and he would handle it. As we left, we heard about 10 people screaming at the Weaselly one, and we all started laughing. A fun day was had by almost all. Hey, at least OP got paid overtime for having to stick around and embarrass Weasel Boss like that. Honestly, it sounded like it was a fun little experience and you got some bonus overtime. Great story, and you got paid for it. Our next story is by Board and Beard. Stay in the back and handle order packing. Ah, the job's full of silly bosses. I worked at a place that sold home automation/electronics before Alexa and Google Home were the easiest ways to do things. We had lost our guy who generally packed up the orders/kept the inventory tidy. Due to things I did wrong that nobody thought to tell me about, I was politely demoted from front office/sales to the now vacant role. In order to explain this to me, my manager went on vacation, let the CEO's daughter/COO come to town to cover for him, and left her to explain it to me. Her method was by bringing in a new guy, telling me to go in the back and handle the order packing. No conversation, no explanation of what I'd done wrong, or anything. Just suddenly there's a new dude and I'm to pack orders. Phone rang and I answered it, as I had for 18 months. "Nope, get back to packing orders." Customer came in who I knew their order? "Nope, get back to packing orders." So that's what I did. Phone rang, I ignored it. People came in, I ignored them. Delivery came? Well, it wasn't part of packing orders. Time to sweep up the warehouse? Sorry, packing orders. They wanted to go to lunch and have me watch the door? Sorry, I'm packing orders. I'll happily lock the front door. This lasted a few hours before she decided to get demeaning. Explained my job was packing orders and only allowed to do other things at her discretion. I asked politely if I could tell her to F off. When she didn't respond right away, I did and walked right out the door. Obviously, management didn't give much of a crap. Because they moved you directly to only packing orders simply because you made a mistake because nobody explained to you what you had to do, they wanted you to stay at that lowly position doing that stuff and then continue doing everything your job was already doing anyways. I would have wanted to walk out too. Forget that. You're only to pack orders, and also if I tell you to do anything else, that's also what you do in your job. Now, that's what your job is. It's like, excuse me? See you later. And our final story of the day is by Laurel Laureate. Speak language, this is country. My friend who is Vietnamese gets told, "Speak English, you're in America," all the darn time. It got quite annoying to him, so he eventually decided to do something about it. He looked up the Native American tribe whose tribe was originally on the land where he lives, went to the tribe's cultural center, told the elderly grandma working there he was tired of being told to speak English in America, and had her teach him how to say white person/outsider/non-native in the language, as well as some other curse words and whatnot. Apparently, this made that Native American granny's weak, because she went all out and really taught him quite a lot. And ever since, anytime some racist tells him to speak English in America, he says, "Well, why don't you speak Native American tribes language? We're in Native American tribes lands, you darn Native American word for white person." The shocked Pikachu.jpg face he gets in response never gets old. They completely freeze up for a few seconds before responding in entertaining ways such as gasping for air, or pointing their finger angrily, or just turning and walking away. Eventually, the word spread amongst my group of friends, and quite a few of them, who as immigrants, or even just people who speak a second language, occasionally also get told this, are always chomping at the bit to get their chance to use this response. Every time some of them finally does, they immediately announce it to everyone they know, and it never really gets old. Anyway, I didn't really know where to post this, but felt it matched here well enough. Hopefully, as it takes the racist's logic and returns it right back at them in a way that really rustles their jimmies. What ways have any of y'all flipped the script on people like this? There's a lot of people in the comments here posting stories similar to OP's, and it's really cool to hear all these cool, creative ways to deal with these repugnant people. I also think it was just a great experience for OP to be able to go to this Native American tribe and see what they're still doing, learn a bit about it, learn a bit about their language and their lands. Overall, this is a really cool and creative way to deal with these disgusting people. Hire the Romanian? Are you sure? This was 5 years ago. The company I used to work for was a metalworks company in the southeast of England. It had a 40-strong team of fabricators and fitters. We were hiring for an electrical engineer for some automation that we were branching into. I was also the guy training the engineers in what system they would be using. Me is me, boss is dipstick boss, European guy, I'll call him Gav for short, supervisor is the workshop supervisor. I got word from the supervisor that they had hired a guy and he was from Europe. They warned me to speak slowly and clearly as English wasn't his strong suit. I told them to check his documents to check if he can indeed work. I was told to keep my nose out and do my job. When I had spoken to boss, he had a thick folder of pictures of electrical systems that he had built for home automation. I was a bit skeptical at first, especially as some of the pictures has stock photo plastered over them. I asked him to make sure he was about this and if he had done the checks to make sure he was allowed to work. I was told the same thing. Keep your nose out of it and do your job. Okay. A month or so goes by and I think he understands how the system works and how it should be used with all of the safety systems in place. So we take him to a site and leave him to do his thing while the rest of the guys get started on fitting security grills and railing all over the site. Me being the sucker, I agreed to help the rest of the team with the fitting and finishing, leaving our new engineer all alone. Big mistake. All power on the site cuts out, generator kicks in, all the lights come on, and we discover smoke coming from the room where the fuse board is. An oh crap moment has just dawned on everyone. What Gav had decided to do was try and wire in the system to the 3-phase board without checking the board. Standard phase board right next to it. First red flag. This made the situation worse as he somehow blew the entire board up and had to explain to the electrician why he has to install a new board. The second red flag came in the shape of a van filled with immigration officers wanting to speak to Gav about him working when he shouldn't have been. I asked if they had any proof of it being the same guy, and indeed it was. I pulled the boss to one side and told him the immigration officers want to talk to Gav, and the boss, I could see the terror in his face and panic in his voice as he said, "Call the new guy in so I can get rid of him fast." I politely reminded him that he should have checked before hiring him. He looked defeated. The immigration officers decide to wait around the corner, and just as Gav walked in, the van pulls in and swoop on the poor man and slap him in cuffs. The officers then load him into the van and drive off. A few weeks pass and the boss thinks he's in the clear. A few weeks later, and he is sent a letter telling him to make his way to the nearest home office building. To this day, I still don't know what they said to him, as he came back 2 hours later and closed up the workshop and never reopened, but it turns out he is still paying off a massive fine and couldn't afford to reopen. He was later arrested for tax evasion and fraud. Gav and I became friends, and the home office helped him become a British citizen with some help that they offered, so he wasn't removed. Have you ever had a boss or anybody that you worked for blatantly disregard very basic rules like this? Or do some shady backdoor stuff to get around and maybe save a few bucks? Let me know in the comments down below. Otherwise, I think this story shouldn't have even happened as long as the boss was doing his due diligence, but you can see what kind of person the boss was. Our next story is by Brolic. Hey Preceptor, you care more about flexing your power by looking for things I do wrong than encouraging a fun learning experience for my rotation? How about I give you nothing at all? Was required to go through 6-week rotations last year for my final year at school. Most rotation sites were great with wonderful preceptors, except one. This particular one required me to stay an extra hour per day compared to all other sites and arrive at 7 a.m. coming from 45 minutes away. I try my best to get there and mind my own business, do my very easy assignments, look up stuff and write things down, and get through without a hitch. I struggle with staying awake sometimes, meaning I fall asleep for seconds at a time, but fight hard to stay awake. This is something I've struggled with for a little while now and even had medicine prescribed to me to help. I absolutely hate how it makes me feel, so I don't take it often. A few days into the rotation, the preceptor needs to do an evaluation and calls me into the office. She asks me to self-evaluate, so I made the grave mistake of saying that I thought I was an above-average student. She smirks and makes the most self-righteous face I've ever seen, audibly laughs, and then tells me that her above-average students do not arrive late. I've arrived at 7:02 a.m. one time prior to this. I don't fall asleep while on rotation and are able to answer all questions. Immediately, I understand what kind of person I am dealing with and decide it is time for her to get malicious complianced. I apologize for my incorrect self-evaluation and say I will try my best to improve. I leave ultra early for work every morning that followed, making sure to bring the largest container of coffee I could possibly carry. All of the assignments given to me, I rush to complete because they are just tasks given to keep me busy. I then keep the assignment open pretending to work on them. Imagine spending a week plus working on something that takes like 15 minutes to complete for someone very tech savvy. I spend the rest of the time studying for my boards in a separate small window. Make sure that the privacy screen is on my laptop so nobody can see anything unless they are directly sitting on my lap. Whenever preceptor comes to check on me, which is like every 15 minutes, I make sure to flip back to the project I'm working on and diligently start typing some filler words. I have a list of 10 plus questions prepared to ask in case I get pulled into her office to make it seem like I'm working hard. Days and weeks go by with me literally doing this. I'm so quiet in my corner that eventually preceptor checks on me less and less. Final day comes, time for evaluation. Preceptor has absolutely no choice but to say I improved. But in reality, I just found exactly the things she was actively looking for: sleeping, tardiness, not working, and just took them out of the equation and/or hid it. Over 6 weeks, I probably only worked for a total of 1 hour at most in terms of actual research and work. The rest of the time was spent either studying for my boards or watching Twitch in a small/inconspicuous window on my laptop. Honestly, as long as keeping up that charade isn't stressful, it doesn't sound like too bad of a gig, right? You get to just kind of hang out, watch Twitch, do kind of whatever you want as long as you keep up that appearance. That preceptor was obviously power tripping though. This next story is by Anton Barbone. We can only try on one shoe? Okay. I'm out shopping for shoes with my mom at the local mall because I have had the same shoes for about a year and they were starting to get small. Yes, I'm still young. And so we stop into the Foot Locker to get some running shoes. We look around at shoes and find one that looks the best on me and we ask for my size. He comes back with only one shoe and the box. And we try on the one shoe and then ask for the other shoe that he still has. He says that this is store protocol and we aren't allowed to try on the other shoe. My mom looks at me with the most confused face I've seen, and so we go to pay for the shoes. Once we pay for the shoes, we turn around the corner to the couch and try on the other shoe. The other shoe is somewhat loose, so we bring back the shoes within a matter of around 3 minutes to return them. The guy in the store glares at us while returning the shoes. We then ask for the same shoes but in half a size down. He realizes exactly what we did, so he gives us the entire box instead of the one shoe. These fit, so we pay and leave. I feel like this guy is new here or something, like it might be a policy to only have one shoe on display or something, but like if you're standing there helping them and you're monitoring them, are they really going to try and make a dash around you out of the store? Is people taking both shoes, trying them on in front of your employees and then making a dash for it that big of an issue that you can't let them try on both shoes to make sure that they fit both feet well? Especially considering both feet aren't the same size with most people, this policy makes no sense to me. This next story is by Sarlasar. That task is not important? Got it. I used to work at a car factory as a process engineer. I basically was in charge of an entire production line of a specific part of the body. This went from designing the layout, setting up machinery, to writing down the specific instructions for each post. Fun job, lots of things to do. But as every big company, each department was in a constant fight against another. Production against engineering, health and safety against production, maintenance against everybody, you know. Anywho, as I said, I had to prepare instructions for each post. A detailed document where the precise tasks of each worker was thoroughly described to guarantee a standard process. This was not fun to do, and we usually ignored it since we wouldn't use it. The workers that belonged to the production department would. I was completing the standard process documents for my line since that were important documents for production, but my boss told me not to waste my time on that since there were more pressing issues. Sure thing, boss. What we didn't know was that my boss would be transferred to production a couple of months later and basically became my internal client. Of course, he asked where the process standards were since he needed them now that he was in charge of production in my line. I told him, "My boss told me not to do them." He looked puzzled, "But I need them." "I know, but my boss specifically told me not to do them." Blank face. "Dude, you told me not to do them." Okay, please just get them done, we need them." Fun times. Oh, how it's so easy to overlook all the other departments when it doesn't affect you, but when it does all of a sudden affect you, you realize how not okay that was. Came back to bite 'em. This next story is by Kadiana56. Tell me the password to your computer. So this happened something like 10 to 11 years ago, so details are fuzzy at best. Quick backstory is that in 2008, with the recession and housing crisis, my mom, siblings, and I had to move from Illinois back to Texas in with my mom's parents who had a house large enough for all of us. After about 6 months, my mom decided that it was suddenly okay again for my dad to see and talk to me after 3 or 4 years, no longer remember exactly how long, of no contact. I'd been wanting my own computer since the only one we had was an ancient heap of junk that could barely load a single browser tab and had a tendency to crash the desktop if you tried to do more than one thing at a time. Also, it was shared between me and my 2 brothers when it did work, and I really wanted something that worked and was my own. My dad, being the exact opposite of all those usual baby boomer memes where they know nothing about technology, is very much a technology and computer guy, decided to build me a desktop computer for my birthday. The thing was a wonderful thing to have compared to our old one, and since it was specifically gifted to me, it was all mine and I wasn't forced to share it. I actually still own it, and other than having to replace the mouse and keyboard a few times and the monitor a couple of years ago, it still runs pretty darn well and I use it anytime I have an issue with my laptop. At the same time, my dad also helped me set up an email account that we could use to talk to each other when he wasn't in town. Anyway, my mom also loved the thing because it was better than her laptop and managed to get the password to it at some point in time and decided to go snooping through my email account and read through everything I was sending to and from my dad. It was a lot about school and complaining about some of the stupid crap my mom was doing, so basically the usual preteen stuff. She was not happy about me complaining about her to my dad, and for a while, there was a big mess about the emails and my computer and her forcing me to give her access to everything. After a while, she either forgot about it or stopped caring or something, and I got away with changing the passwords to everything, computer, email, etc., somehow. Other than her snooping, a big reason I had a password on the computer was that anytime her laptop broke or had issues, she would want to use my computer to fuel her addiction to those stupid Facebook games that were so popular back then. Fairly certain she still plays those darn things, and wouldn't let me touch the thing for hours on end if she got it. Anyway, I had to change the password a couple of times and ended back on the same password my dad and I had put on it when we first set it up. My mom's laptop was once again broken, which meant she was back to hounding me about giving her the password to my computer. I refused for a while, and at some point we were in a Best Buy. Not sure why I remember the store, but not exactly why we were in one, and she was still witching and whining about how I still hadn't given her my computer password. I think she threatened to ground me or something over the password if I didn't give it to her, so I finally gave in, looked at her, and said, The current password is the same as it was when I first set up the computer, or something along those lines. She kind of stared at me for a minute before saying that I still hadn't told her the password. I responded with, "I did what you said. I told you exactly what the password was without actually giving you the password." I honestly don't remember what the result of this was anymore, but I thought I'd share it anyway. In case anybody asks how she didn't know the original password if she'd gotten onto the computer before, my mom is one of those people that used to have a sheet of paper with website names, usernames, and passwords printed out and near her computer because otherwise she'd never remember any of her passwords. I think the only reason she doesn't still have one is most computers now have an ability to save that information to themselves. Well, I would definitely recommend a password manager rather than Google Chrome saving your passwords to your account, but that's not really relevant to the story. I'm just putting myself in OP's shoes, and even though I technically did comply and tell them the password without actually giving them the password, I don't think if it was my parents and they were being that way, that would fly. I think they would still continue pressuring until I actually gave up the password. So quickly now, I just want to explain how to enter the giveaway. The way it works is I take every video that was uploaded in a given week, find one random comment that was relevant to the stories in that video, and I give them an Amazon gift card. It's that simple. So all you want to do to have the best chances to win is to leave a comment relevant to the video in some form on every video this week. That's all you have to do, and best of luck. And also, if you could like the videos too, that would help more than you could possibly imagine. And our final story of the day is by Drufus. Want me to go to the doctor? Okay. For backstory, I work at a gym. Fitness center, if you will. For a while, the thermostat didn't even have batteries in it, so the gym floor was and is still insanely hot. I break a sweat 5 minutes into cleaning when I have to go down there. Every day I mention it to my boss and he always downplays it. Today, it was unbearable. I kept walking to the back door that I propped open, and he told me I was being dramatic and made an offhand comment that maybe it was my blood pressure and maybe I should see a doctor. I'm usually pretty up to date with my health info and know what's going on with my body. I actually had gone to the doctor a week ago and decided to hit him with some good old malicious compliance. I took 5 and went outside and gave them a call. I asked if they could email me the most recent notes from my doctor's visit and include my blood pressure reading. Lo and behold, when the email came through, my blood pressure was 115/72. A quick Google search told me that normal is 115/70. I pulled him aside and showed him, and he was floored that I would even go that far. I did get an apology out of him, and I don't believe he meant it maliciously, but my compliance certainly was. In the end, OP says that the boss still has yet to fix the thermostat, so although it was a pretty funny story, we're still waiting on the good outcome here. We gotta get that thermostat fixed. As a person that hates hot temperatures, I would be miserable. But with that being said, that's all the time we have for today. So which of these stories was your favorite and why? Let me know in the comments down below. But besides that, if you enjoyed the video, please consider liking and subscribing and turn notifications on if you haven't so you'll never miss an upcoming video. Any little thing that you do helps the channel grow so much more. Whether it's commenting, subscribing, or just watching the video, thank you all so very much for supporting me right here on the Storytime channel. I hope you all have a wonderful day, and I'll see you all next time right here on the Storytime channel.